Belinda presents this unabridged recording of The Secret Keeper, written by Kate Morton and read by Caroline Lee. Chapter 25. London, April 1941. Jimmy stood with his foot pressed against the door of the hospital attic, staring through the crack after Vivien. He was puzzled. This was not the illicit scene of an extramarital rendezvous he'd expected. There were children everywhere, playing with puzzles on the floor, jumping round in circles, one standing on her hands. He was in the old nursery, Jimmy realised. These children, presumably, were Dr. Tomalin's orphaned patients. Through some unspoken awareness, their collective attention was caught, and they looked up to see that Vivien was among them. As Jimmy watched, they all rushed towards her, arms out like aeroplanes. She was beaming too, an enormous smile on her face as she dropped to her knees and held out her own arms to catch as many as she could. They all started talking then, rapidly and with some agitation, about flying and ships and ropes and ferries, and Jimmy knew that he was witnessing a conversation with its roots in an earlier time. Vivien seemed to know what they were on about, though. She was nodding thoughtfully, and not in that pretend way adults have when they're interacting with children. She was listening and considering, and the slight frown she wore made it clear that she was trying to find solutions. She was different now from the way she'd been when she spoke to him in the street. More at ease, not so on guard. When they'd all said their piece and the noise fell away, as it sometimes seems to all at once, she held up her hands and said, "Why don't we just start, and we'll address each problem as we get to it?" They agreed, or at least Jimmy presumed that's what had happened, for without a word of complaint, they dispersed again, all industry, as they dragged chairs and other seemingly random objects, blankets, broomsticks, dolls with eye patches, into the cleared section at the centre of the room, and began assembling them into some sort of carefully worked-out structure. He realised then, and it made him laugh to himself with unexpected pleasure. A ship was forming before his very eyes. There was the prow, and the mast, and a plank propped up at one end by a footstool, the other by a wooden bench. As Jimmy watched, a sail went up, a bedsheet folded into a triangle with fine ropes holding each corner firm and proud. Vivien had seated herself on an upturned crate and drawn a book from somewhere. A handbag, Jimmy supposed. She opened it and ran her fingers along the middle margins, creasing it flat, and then said, "Let's start with Captain Hook and the Lost Boys. Now, where's Wendy?" "Here I am," said a girl of about 11, her arm in a sling. "Good," said Vivien. "Make sure you're ready for your entrance. It won't be long." A boy with a handmade parrot on one shoulder and a hook made from some sort of shiny cardboard in his hand began to walk towards Vivien in a rollicking way that made her laugh. They were rehearsing a play, Jimmy realised. Peter Pan. His mother had taken him to see it once when he was a boy. They'd made the trip to London and then had tea afterwards at Liberty's. A fancy tea it had been, during which Jimmy had sat silent and out of place, stealing glances at his mother's tight, wistful expression as she peered over her shoulder at the clothing racks. There'd been a fight between his parents later, over money. What else? And Jimmy had listened from his bedroom as something smashed into pieces on the floor. He'd closed his eyes and thought back to the play, to his favourite moment, when Peter had flung out his arms and addressed all in the audience who might be dreaming of Neverland. "Do you believe in fairies, girls and boys?" he shouted. "If you believe, clap your hands. Don't let Tink die." And Jimmy had been moved to stand up from his seat, thin legs trembling hopefully as he brought his hands together and shouted back, "Yes!" with all the emphatic trust that in doing so he was bringing Tinker Bell back to life and saving everything that was more and magical in the world. "Nathan, have you got the torch?" Jimmy blinked back to the present. "Nathan," Vivien said, "we need the torch now." "I'm shining it already," said a small boy with curly red hair and his foot in a brace. He was sitting on the floor, aiming his torch at the sail. "Oh yes," said Vivien. "So you are. Well, that's good." "But we can hardly see it," said another boy, standing with his hands on his hips. He was craning up at the sail, squinting through his glasses at the spread of feeble light. "It's not much use if we can't see Tinker Bell," said the boy playing Captain Hook. "It won't work at all." "Yes, it will," Vivien said determinedly. "Of course it will. The power of suggestion is a tremendous thing. If we all say we can see the fairy, then the audience will too." "But we can't see her." "Well, no, but if we say we can." "You mean lie?" Vivien glanced towards the ceiling, searching for the words to explain, and the children began to bicker amongst themselves. "Excuse me," said Jimmy from where he stood in the doorway. Nobody seemed to hear him, so he said it again, louder this time. "Excuse me?" They all turned then. Vivien drew breath when she saw him, and then she scowled. Jimmy admitted to taking a certain pleasure in upsetting her, in showing her things didn't always go her way. "I was just wondering," he said, "what if you used a photographer's light? It's similar to a torch, but far more powerful." Children being what they were, not one reacted with suspicion or even surprise that a stranger had joined them in the attic nursery and weighed in on this most specific of conversations. Instead, there was silence as they all considered his suggestion, light, whispery noise as they discussed it, and then, "Yes," shouted one of the boys, jumping to his feet with excitement. "Perfect," said another. "But we don't have one," said the gloomy boy in the glasses. "I could get you one," Jimmy said. "I work at a newspaper. We have a studio filled with lights." More excited cheering and chatter came from the children. "But how would we make it look like a fairy flying about and whatnot?" said the same doleful chap, piping up over the top of the others. Jimmy left his door jam and entered the room. All the children had swivelled now to face him. Vivien was glowering, her copy of Peter Pan closed on her lap. Jimmy ignored her. "I guess you'd have to shine it from somewhere high." "Yes, that would work. And if you made sure it was always angling down towards the stage, it would focus a smaller light, rather than a wide, general brightness. And maybe if you fashioned a sort of funnel. But none of us is tall enough to operate it." The kid in the glasses again. "Not from up there." Often or not, Jimmy was starting to dislike him. Vivien had been watching the exchange with a firm expression on her face, willing Jimmy, he knew, to remember what she'd said, to let the suggestion go, and just disappear. But he couldn't do it. He could picture how brilliant it was going to look, and he could think of 100 ways to make it work. If they put a ladder in the corner, or else attached it to a broom, reinforced somehow, and wielded it like a fishing rod, or else... "I'll do it," he said suddenly. "I'll operate the light." "No," Vivien said, standing. "Yes," cried the children. "You couldn't." She gave him a flinty look. "You won't." "He could, he will, he must," shouted the mass of children. Jimmy spotted Nella then, sitting on the floor. She waved at him, and then glanced around at the others, a glimmer of unmistakable pride and ownership in her eyes. How could he say no? Jimmy raised his palms at Vivien in a gesture of not entirely genuine apology, and then he grinned at the kids. "That does it," he said. "I'm in. You found yourselves a new Tinkerbell." It was hard to believe later, but when Jimmy offered to play Tinkerbell in the hospital play, he hadn't been thinking, even remotely, of the meeting he was supposed to be setting up with Vivien Jenkins. He'd merely become swept up in his grand vision for how they'd be able to represent the fairy with his photographer's light. Dolly didn't mind either way. "Oh, Jimmy, you clever thing," she said, drawing excitedly on her cigarette. "I knew you'd think of something." Jimmy took the praise and let her believe it was all part of his plan. She was so happy lately, and it was such a relief to have his old doll back. "I've been thinking about the seaside," she'd say some evenings when she smuggled him in through Mrs. White's larder window, and they lay together in that narrow sink in the middle bed of hers. "Can't you just picture us, Jimmy? Growing old together, our children around us, grandchildren one day, visiting in their flying cars. We could get one of those swing seats for two. What do you say to that, lovely boy?" Jimmy said, "Yes, please." And then he kissed her again on her bare neck and made her laugh and thanked God for this new intimacy and warmth they were sharing. Yes, he wanted what she described. He wanted it so badly, it hurt. If it pleased her to think he and Vivien were working together and growing closer, then it was a fiction he was glad enough to go along with. The reality, as he knew only too well, was rather different. Over the next couple of weeks, as Jimmy fronted up to every scheduled rehearsal he could manage, Vivien's hostility astonished him. He couldn't believe she was the same person he'd met in the canteen that night, who'd seen his photograph of Nella and told him about her work at the hospital. No, it was as if it were beneath her to exchange more than a few words with him. Jimmy was pretty sure she'd have ignored him entirely if she could have. He'd expected coldness to a degree. Doll had prepared him for how cruel Vivien Jenkins could be when she took against a person. What caught him by surprise was how personal her hatred was. They hardly knew each other, and furthermore, she had no way of suspecting his connection to Dolly. One day, they were both laughing at something funny one of the children had done, and Jimmy glanced over as one adult might to another, wanting nothing more than to share the moment. She sensed his gaze and met it, but the minute she saw him smiling, she let her own happy expression drop away. Vivien's animosity put Jimmy between a rock and a hard place. In some respects, it suited him to be so loathed. The idea of blackmail didn't sit well with Jimmy, but he felt easier and more justified about the plan when Vivien treated him like nothing. Yet, without gaining her trust, if not her affection, he wasn't going to be able to make the plan work. So, Jimmy kept trying. He forced aside the resentment he felt at Vivien's hostility, her disloyalty towards Doll, the way she'd cast off his glittering girl and brought her so low, and he focused instead on how she was with the hospital orphans, the way she created a world into which they could disappear when they came through the door, their real problems left behind in the downstairs dormitories and wards of the hospital. The way they all watched her, staring spellbound when rehearsal was over, and she wove stories for them about tunnels through the centre of the earth, and dark magical creeks without bottoms, and tiny lights beneath the water that called to children to come just a little closer. And eventually, as rehearsals continued, Jimmy began to suspect that Vivien Jenkins' antipathy was fading, that she no longer hated him quite so much as she had at first. She continued to avoid conversation, acknowledging his contributions with no more than the barest of nods. But sometimes Jimmy caught her looking at him when she thought he didn't know, and it seemed to him that the expression on her face was not angry so much as it was thoughtful, even curious. Perhaps that's why he made his mistake. He'd started to perceive a growing, well, not a warmth, but at least an increasing thaw between them. And one day in mid-April, when the children had run off to lunch and he and Vivien were left packing up the ship, he'd asked her whether she had any of her own. It was supposed to be the start of a light exchange, but Vivien's whole body had seemed to freeze, and Jimmy had known right away that he'd made an error, if not exactly how, and that it was too late to take it back. No. The word, when it came, was as sharp as a stone in his shoe. She cleared her throat. I can't have children. Jimmy had wished right about then for a deep tunnel through the centre of the earth into which he could fall and fall and fall. He muttered a sorry, which elicited a slight nod from Vivien, and then she finished wrapping up the sail and left the attic, letting the door shut reproachfully behind her. He'd felt like an insensitive buffoon. It wasn't that he'd forgotten why he was really there, the kind of person she was, what she'd done to Doll. It was only that, well, Jimmy didn't like hurting anyone. Remembering how she'd stiffened when he'd said it made him wince. So he brought it to mind over and over, punishing himself for being so tactless. That night, when he was out photographing the latest bomb damage, pointing his camera at the newest souls to join the ranks of the homeless and bereaved, half of his brain kept turning over ways he could make it up to her. He arrived at the hospital early the next day and waited for her across the street, smoking nervously. He'd have sat on the front steps, only he had a feeling she'd turn and walk the other way if she saw him there. When she came hurrying down the street, he got rid of his cigarette and went to meet her. He handed her a photograph. "What's this?" she said. Nothing, really," he said, watching as she turned it over in her hands. "I took it for you. Last night. It reminded me of your story. You know, the creek with the lights at the very bottom, and the people. The family on the other side of the veil." She looked at the picture. He'd taken it as dawn was breaking. Sunlight had made shards of glass in the ruins glitter and sparkle, and beyond the rising smoke you could make out the shadowy forms of the family who just emerged from the Anderson shelter that had saved their lives. Jimmy hadn't slept after he took it. He'd headed straight over to the newspaper offices to develop the print for Vivien. She didn't say anything, and the look on her face made Jimmy think she might be going to cry. "I feel terrible," he said. Vivien glanced at him. "What I said yesterday, I upset you. I'm sorry." "You weren't to know." She put the photograph carefully in her bag. "Still, you weren't to know." And then she almost smiled. At least, he thought she did. It was hard to tell because she turned quickly towards the door and hurried inside. The rehearsal that day flew by. The children barreled into the room and filled it with light and noise, and then the lunch bell rang and they disappeared as quickly as they'd come. A part of Jimmy had been tempted to go with them to avoid the awkwardness of being alone with Vivien, but he'd have hated himself for his weakness if he had, so he stayed to help dismantle the ship. He felt her watching him while he was stacking chairs, but he didn't look over. He didn't know what he'd see in her face, and he didn't want to feel worse than he already did. Her voice, when she spoke, sounded different. "Why were you in the canteen that night, Jimmy Metcalf?" At that, Jimmy did glance sideways. She turned her attention to the backdrop she was painting, with palm trees and sand for the play. There was a strange formality in her use of his full name, and for some reason it sent a not unpleasant shudder down his spine. He couldn't tell her about Dolly. He knew that. But Jimmy wasn't a liar. He said, "I was meeting someone." She looked over at him, and the faintest of smiles animated her lips. Jimmy never did know when to stop talking. "We were supposed to meet somewhere else," he said, "only I went to the canteen instead." "Why?" "Why? Why didn't you stick to your original plan?" "I don't know. It just felt like the right thing to do." Vivien was still studying him, her face giving no hint as to her thoughts, and then she turned back to the frond she was working on. "I'm glad," she said, an edge to her otherwise clear voice. "I'm really glad you did." Things changed that day. It wasn't what she said, though that was nice enough. It was an inexplicable feeling that had come over Jimmy when she looked at him, a sense of connection between them that came flooding back when he thought about the exchange afterwards. None of it had been particularly meaningful, yet the whole thing had meant something. Jimmy knew that at the time, and he knew it later when Dolly asked for a usual report of the day's progress, and he didn't mention that part. It would have made Doll glad, he knew. She'd have seen it as evidence that he was getting closer to winning Vivien's trust. But Jimmy said nothing. The conversation with Vivien was his. It felt like progress of some kind, and not the sort Dolly would have wanted. He didn't want to share it. He didn't want it spoiled. The next day, Jimmy turned up at the hospital with a spring in his step. But when he opened the door and delivered the gift of a glorious ripe orange to Myra, whose birthday it was, she told him Vivien wasn't there. "She's not well. She telephoned this morning and said she wasn't able to get out of bed. She wondered if you'd take over the rehearsal." "I can do that," said Jimmy, wondering suddenly whether Vivien's absence had anything to do with what had happened between them. whether perhaps she'd regretted letting down her guard. He frowned at the floor and then looked up at Myra from beneath his hair. Sick, did you say? She didn't sound well at all, poor lamb. No need to look so glum, though. She'll mend. She always does. Myra held up the orange. I'll save her half, shall I? Give it to her at the next rehearsal. Only Vivien wasn't there at the next rehearsal either. Still in bed, Myra told Jimmy when he came through the door later in the week. Best thing for it, too. Is it serious? I shouldn't think so. She does seem to have had bad luck, poor dear. But she'll be back on her feet soon enough. She never can stand being away from the children too long. This has happened before. Myra smiled, but the gesture was restrained by something else, an element of realization, and almost of kindly concern. Everybody's poorly sometimes, Mr. Metcalf. Mrs. Jenkins has her share of setbacks. But don't we all? She hesitated, and when she spoke again, her voice was soft but firm. Listen, Jimmy dear, I can see you care for her, and that's very kind of you. Heaven knows she's an angel, all she does for the children here. But I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, and that her husband will be taking good care of her. She smiled again in a motherly way. Put her out of your mind now, won't you? Jimmy said he would, and then started up the stairs. But Myra's advice gave him pause. Vivien was unwell. Surely to think of her would seem natural. Why then was Myra so intent on Jimmy putting her out of his mind? The way Myra said her husband had been pointed, too. It was the sort of thing she might have said to someone like Dr. Tomlin, a fellow who had designs on another man's wife. He didn't have a copy of the play, but Jimmy gave the rehearsal his best shot. The kids went easy on him, running through their parts, arguing rarely, and all was going well. He was even beginning to feel a little pleased with himself until they finished packing down the set and gathered on the floor by his upturned crate to beg a story of him. Jimmy told them he didn't know any, and when they refused to believe him, he made a failed attempt to retell one of Vivien's, before remembering, just in time to avoid a revolt, the Nightingale Star. They listened wide-eyed, and Jimmy realized, as he hadn't before, how much he had in common with the patients of Dr. Tomlin's hospital. With all the activity, he forgot about Myra's comments, and it wasn't until he'd said goodbye to the kids and was heading back downstairs that Jimmy started to muse on how best to reassure her she was imagining things. He fronted up to her desk when he reached the foyer, but before he could say a word, reassuring or otherwise, Myra said, "There you are, Jimmy. Dr. Tomlin wants to say hello," with just the sort of reverence she might have used if the king himself had decided to drop by for the afternoon and expressed an interest in meeting him. She reached to brush a piece of lint from his collar. Jimmy waited, aware of a rising bitterness in his throat, the same feeling he used to get as a boy when he imagined confronting the man who'd stolen his mom away from them. The minutes felt interminable, until finally the door near the desk opened and a dignified gentleman emerged. Jimmy's antagonism dissolved, leaving him mightily confused. The other man had white hair, neatly cropped, and glasses so thick his light blue eyes were saucers behind them. He was 80 years old, if he was a day. So, you're Jimmy Metcalf, the doctor said, as he reached to shake Jimmy's hand. I trust you're getting on all right? Yes, thank you, sir. Very well. Jimmy was fumbling, trying to grasp the meaning of it all. The man's age didn't preclude him from a love affair with Vivien Jenkins, not entirely, but still. On something of a tight leash, I'd imagine, the doctor continued. Between Myra here and Mrs. Jenkins, granddaughter of an old friend of mine, you know, young Vivien. I didn't know. No? Well, now you do. Jimmy nodded and attempted a smile. Anyway, tremendous work you're doing helping out with the children. Very kind. Much obliged. And with that, he nodded stiffly and retreated to his office, a slight limp in his left leg. He likes you, Moira said, eyes wide as the door closed. Jimmy's thoughts were circling as he tried to sort his certainties from his suspicions. Really? Oh, yes. How could you tell? He acknowledged your existence. He doesn't have time for many adults. Prefers children. Always has. You've known him a long time? I've worked for him these past 30 years. She puffed out proudly, straightening across so it sat flat in the V of her blouse. I tell you, she said, eyeing Jimmy over the top of her half-spectacles. He doesn't tolerate many adults in his hospital. You're the only one I've ever seen him make an effort with. Except Vivien, of course. Jimmy was digging. Myra, surely, would be able to set the record straight. Mrs. Jenkins, I should say. Oh, yes. Myra twirled her hand. Of course. But then, he's known her since she was a child herself. It's hardly the same thing. He's like a grandfather to her. In fact, I'd wager you've her to thank for him giving you the time of day just now. Must have put in a good word for you. Moira caught herself then. Anyway, he likes you. That's lovely. Now, don't you have photographs to take for my newspaper tomorrow morning? Jimmy gave a mock salute that made her smile, and then he started on his way. His head was spinning as he walked home. Dolly had been wrong. No matter how positive she'd been, she'd got it wrong. There was no affair between Dr. Tomalin and Vivien. The old man was like a grandfather to her. And she... Jimmy shook his head, horrified at the things he'd thought, the way he'd judged her. She was no adulteress. She was just a woman. A good woman, at that, who'd given up her time to bring a bit of happiness to a group of orphans who'd lost everything. It was strange, perhaps, when everything he'd believed so strongly had been proved a lie, but Jimmy felt oddly buoyant. He couldn't wait to tell Doll. There was no need now to go through with the plan. Vivien was guilty of nothing. Except being nasty to me, Dolly replied when he said as much to her. But I suppose that counts for nothing, now you're such good friends. Stop it, Doll, Jimmy said. It's not like that at all. Look. He reached across the table to take her hands, adopting the sort of light, gentle voice that suggested the whole thing had been a bit of a lark, but it was time now to call it off. I know she treated you unkindly, and I think the worse of her for that. But this plan is not going to work. She's not guilty. She'd read the letter and laugh if you sent it. She'd probably show it to her husband, and he'd have a good laugh too. No, she won't. Dolly pulled her hands back and crossed her arms. She was stubborn, or perhaps just desperate. It could be hard to spot the difference sometimes. No woman wants her husband to even suspect she's having an affair with another man. She'll still give us the money. Jimmy took out a cigarette and lit it, studying dull from behind the flame. Once upon a time, he'd have moved to cajole her. His adoration would have blinded him to her faults. No, though, things were different. There was a fracture that ran right the way across Jimmy's heart, a fine line that had appeared the night Dolly told him she wouldn't marry him, and then left him on that restaurant floor. The break had been mended since then, and most of the time it couldn't be seen, but just like the vase his mother had dashed to the ground the day they went to Liberty's, and which his dad had glued back together, the fault lines would always show up under certain lights. Jimmy loved Dolly. That would never change. For Jimmy, loyalty was like breathing. But as he looked across the table at her, he thought that he didn't really like her much right then. Vivien came back. She'd been gone just under a week, and when Jimmy turned the attic corner, opened the door, and saw her in the centre of a horde of fast-talking children, something rather unexpected happened. He was glad to see her. Not just glad. The world seemed a little brighter than it had only the moment before. He stopped where he was. "Vivien Jenkins," he said, causing her to look up and meet his eyes. She smiled at him, and Jimmy smiled back, and he knew then that he was in a bit of trouble. Chapter 26. New College Library, Oxford, 2011. Laurel spent the next 57 minutes, each of them excruciating, pacing New College gardens. When the doors were finally unlocked, she all but set a library record, reminding herself of a shopper at the Boxing Day sales as she jostled past other people in her hurry to get back to her desk. Certainly, Ben seemed impressed. "Cool," he said, and joked. "I didn't leave you in here by mistake, did I?" Laurel assured him he hadn't, and got busy skimming through Katie's first journal for 1941 in search of anything that might tell her how her mother's plan had turned pear-shaped. There wasn't much mention of Vivien in the first few months of the year, other than occasional notations advising that Katie had written or received a letter, and discreet statements along the lines of, "All seems to go the same for Mrs. Jenkins." But then, on the 5th of April, 1941, things started to liven up. Today's post brought word from my young friend Vivien. It was a long letter, by her standards, and I was alert immediately to the fact that something in her tone was changed. At first I was pleased, as it seemed that a flush of her former spirit had returned, and I wondered that a new peace might have dawned on her affairs. But alas, no, for the letter did not describe a renewed commitment to home and hearth. Rather, she wrote in lengthy and profuse details about the volunteer work she's been doing at Dr. Tomalin's London Hospital for Orphan Children, entreating me, as always, to destroy her letter afterwards and refrain from making reference to her work in my response. I will, of course, comply, but I intend to implore her again, in the strongest possible terms, to cease all involvement with the place, at least until I can work out a lasting solution to her problems. Is it not enough she insists on making donations to the hospital's running costs? Does she care nothing for her own health? She won't stop, I know that. 20 years old now, but Vivien is still that stubborn child I first knew on our ship, refusing to heed my advice if it doesn't suit her. I will write, anyway. I could never forgive myself if the worst were to happen, and I hadn't done my best to steer her right. Laurel frowned. What worst? Clearly she was missing something. Why on earth would Katie Ellis, teacher and friend to small traumatized people everywhere, have felt so strongly that Vivien should cease volunteering at Dr. Tomalin's hospital for war orphans? Unless Dr. Tomalin himself was a danger. Was that it? Or was the hospital perhaps located in an area that drew a lot of German bombers? Laurel pondered the question for a minute before deciding it was impossible to know exactly what Katie feared without embarking on a tangential line of research that threatened to absorb what little time she had left. The question was intriguing, but irrelevant, she suspected, to the mission she was on to learn more about her mother's plan. She continued reading. The cause of Vivien's improved spirits was revealed to me on the second page of her letter. It appears she has met someone, a young man, and although she is at pains to mention him only in the most casual terms, I am joined in my project with the children by another volunteer, a man who seems to know as little about boundaries as I know about turning lights into fairies. I know my young friend well, and I suspect that her breezy veneer is a performance for my sake, designed to conceal something deeper. What precisely that something might be, I do not know, only that it is unlike her to devote so many lines to the discussion of an individual whose acquaintance she has just made. I am wary. My instincts have never let me down before, and I plan to write at once to urge appropriate caution. Katie Ellis must have done just that, for her next journal entry contained a lengthy direct quote from a letter written by Vivien Jenkins, evidently in response to her concerns. How I miss you, Katie dear. It's been over a year since last we met. It feels like 10. Your letter made me wish that we were sitting together beneath that tree at Nordstrom, the one by the lake where we used to picnic when you came to visit. Do you remember the night we crept from the great house and hung paper lanterns from the trees in the grove? We told my uncle that it must have been gypsies, and he spent the whole of the next day stalking the grounds with that shotgun on his shoulder and his poor arthritic dog at his heels. Darling old Dewey. Such a faithful hound. You lectured me later for causing mischief, but I seem to remember, Katie, that you were the one to describe in great detail at the breakfast table the fearsome noises you'd heard in the night when the gypsy folk must have been descending on the hallowed grounds of Nordstrom. Oh, but wasn't it something, swimming by the light of the great silver moon? How I love to swim. It is to drop right over the edge of the world, isn't it? I don't think I've ever stopped believing I might just discover the hole on the stream floor that will lead me back. Ah, Katie, I wonder what age I will need to attain before you release me from your worries. What a burden I must be. Do you think you will still be minding me to keep my skirts clean and my nose dry when I am an old woman, clacking my knitting needles and rocking in my chair? How well you've looked out for me over the years. how difficult I've made that task for you at times, and how fortunate I am that it was you who met me that horrible day at the railway station. You are wise as ever in your advice, and please, dearest, be reassured that I am equally wise in my actions. I am not a child anymore, and know too well my responsibilities. You're not reassured, are you? Even as you read this, you are shaking your head and thinking what an imprudent person I am. To allay your fears, let me promise you that I have hardly spoken to the man in question. Jimmy is his name, by the way. Let's call him that, shall we? The man has rather a sinister feel to it. Indeed, I have at all times done my best to discourage any contact, even veering, when necessary, into the realm of rudeness. Apologies for that, Katie dear. I know you would not like to see your young charge gaining a reputation for bad manners, and I, for my part, detest doing anything that might bring your good name into disrepute. Laurel smiled. She liked Vivien. The response was tongue-in-cheek, without straying into unkindness towards Mother Hen Katie and her wearying instinct towards worry. Even Katie had written beneath the extract, "It is nice to see my cheeky young friend returned. I've missed her these past years." Laurel liked less Vivien's naming of the young man volunteering at the hospital with her. Was he the same Jimmy her mother had been in love with? Surely. Could it be a coincidence he was working with Vivien at Dr. Tomalin's hospital? Surely not. Laurel felt the rumblings of foreboding as a sense of the lover's plan began to take shape in her mind. Evidently, Vivien had no idea of the connection between the nice young man at the hospital and her one-time friend, Dorothy, which wasn't surprising, Laurel supposed. Kitty Barker had mentioned how careful Ma was to keep her boyfriend away from Camden Grove. She'd also described the way emotions were intensified and moral certainties dissolved during the war, providing, it struck Laurel now, the perfect environment in which a pair of star-crossed lovers might become swept up in a folie à deux. The next week of journal entries contained no mention either of Vivien Jenkins or the matter of the young man. Katie Ellis devoted herself instead to the immediate concerns of divisional warden politics and talk on the radio of invasion. On the 19th of April, she recorded her concern that Vivien hadn't written as expected, but then noted the next day a telephone call from Dr. Tomalin, letting her know that Vivien was unwell. Now that was interesting. It appeared the two were known to one another after all, and it wasn't an objection to the doctor's character that had set Katie so firmly against his hospital. 4 days later, the following. A letter today that vexes me greatly. I cannot possibly capture the tone in summary, and I wouldn't know where to begin or end in quoting the parts that trouble me. Thus, I am going against the wishes of my dear, infuriating young friend, just this once, and will not toss the letter on this evening's fire. Laurel had never turned a page faster. There it was, on fine white paper and in rather messy handwriting, written in great haste, it would seem. The letter from Vivien Jenkins to Katie Ellis, dated the 23rd of April, 1941. A month before she died, Laurel noted grimly. I am writing to you from a railway restaurant, darling Katie, because I was gripped by a fear that if I didn't record it all without delay, the whole thing would disappear, and I would wake up tomorrow and discover it a figment of my imagination. None of what I write will please you, but you are the only person I can tell, and I must tell somebody. Forgive me then, dear Katie, and accept my deepest apologies in advance for the anxiety I know this confidence will cause you. Only, if you must think badly of me, think it softly, and remember that I am still your own little shipmate. Something happened today. I was leaving Dr. Tomlin's hospital and had paused on the step to straighten my scarf. I swear to you, Katie, and you know me not to be a liar, that I did not hesitate on purpose. Still, when I heard the door open behind me, I knew, without turning, that it was the young man. I believe I've mentioned him once or twice in my letters. Jimmy, who was standing there. Katie Ellis had underlined this sentence and made an annotation in the margin. The note written in such a tiny, neat script that Laurel could just picture the tight, disapproving moo of its writer. Mentioned once or twice. The delusions of the love-struck never cease to amaze one. Love-struck. Laurel's stomach balled with concern as she concentrated her attention back on Vivien's letter. Had Vivien fallen in love with Jimmy? Was that what had turned the harmless plan on its head? Sure enough, it was him. Jimmy joined me on the front step, and we exchanged there a few words about a humorous incident that had occurred between the children. He made me laugh. He is funny, Katie. I do like funny people, don't you? My father was a very funny man. He always had us laughing. And then he asked, quite naturally, whether we might walk home together, seeing as we were both headed in the same direction, to which, against every sensible dictate, I answered yes. Now, while you're shaking your head, Katie, I can picture you at that little desk you told me about, beneath the window. Do you have fresh primroses in a vase in the corner? You do, I know it. Let me tell you why I responded that way. For weeks now, I have done as you advised and gone out of my way to ignore him. But the other day, he gave me something. A gift of apology, the reason for which I won't go into, after we had a small misunderstanding. The gift was a photograph. I will not describe it here other than to say that in its depiction, it was as if he had somehow seen inside my soul to the world I've kept contained there since I was small. I took that photograph home with me, and I guarded it like a jealous child, taking it out at every opportunity, poring over each small detail, before locking it away in the concealed wall cabinet behind my grandmother's portrait in the bedroom, just as a child might hide a precious object, for no other reason than that by concealing it, by keeping it for myself, the value was somehow magnified. He has heard me tell stories to the hospital children, of course, and I'm not suggesting there was anything more magical in his choosing such a gift. But still, it moved me. The word magical was underlined and subject to another annotation from Katie Ellis. It is precisely what she is suggesting. I know Vivien, and I know how deeply she believes. One of the things I've come to know most surely in my work is that the belief system acquired in childhood is never fully escaped. It may submerge itself for a while, but it always returns in times of need to lay claim to the soul it shaped. Laurel thought of her own childhood, wondering whether it was true what Katie said. Above any other theistic system, her parents had preached the values of family. Her mother, in particular, had held the line. She'd realized too late, she told them sadly, the value of family. And Laurel had to concede that if she looked beyond the good-natured bickering, the Nicholsons did come together in times of need, just as they'd been taught to do as children. Perhaps, too, my recent indisposition has made me more reckless than usual. After a week in the dark of my bedroom, German planes thrumming overhead, Henry sitting by the bedside of an evening clutching my hand and willing me to mend, it is quite something to be out again, drinking in the fresh air of London in springtime. As a side note, don't you find it remarkable, Katie, that the whole world can be involved in this madness we call war, and all the while the flowers and the bees and the seasons keep on doing what they must, wise but never weary in their wait for humanity to come to its senses and remember the beauty of life? It is queer, but my love and longing for the world are always deepened by my absence from it. It's wondrous, don't you think, that a person can swing from despair to gleeful hunger, and that even during these dark days there is happiness to be found in the smallest things? Anyway, whatever the reason, he asked me to walk with him, and I said yes. And so we walked, and I let myself laugh. I laughed because he told me funny stories, and it was so easy and light. I realized how long it has been since I've enjoyed that most simple of pleasures, company and conversation on a sunny afternoon. I am impatient for such pleasures, Katie. I am no longer a girl. I am a woman, and I want things that I will not have. But it is human, is it not, to long for that from which we are barred? What things? What was Vivien barred from? Not for the first time, Laurel had the feeling she was missing an important part of the puzzle. She skimmed through the next fortnight's journal entries until Vivien was mentioned again, hoping all would be made clear. She continues to see him, at the hospital, which is bad enough, but elsewhere, too, when she's supposed to be working at the WVS canteen or running household errands. She tells me that I must not worry, that he is a friend and nothing more. She submits as evidence a reference to the young man's fiancé. He is engaged to be married, Katie. They are very much in love and have plans to move to the country when the war is over. They're going to find a big old house and fill it with children. So you see, I'm not in danger of breaking my own wedding vows, as you seem to fear. At this, Laurel felt the dizziness of recognition. It was Dorothy Vivien was writing about. Ma. The intersection of then and now, learned history and lived experience, was briefly overwhelming. She removed her glasses and rubbed her forehead, focusing on the stone wall outside the window for a moment. And then she let Katie continue. She knows that is not all I fear. The girl is willfully misreading my concerns. I am no innocent either. I know that this young man's engagement is no impediment to the human heart. I cannot know his feelings, but I know Vivien's well enough. More extravagant worry on Katie's behalf. Yet Laurel still wasn't any closer to understanding why. Vivien intimated that Katie's fears stemmed from her rigid views as to what constituted seemly marital behavior. Did Vivien make a habit of disloyalty? There wasn't a lot to go on, but Laurel could almost read into Vivien's more florid, romantic musings on life a spirit of free love. Almost. Then Laurel found an entry, 2 days later, that made her wonder whether Katie had somehow intuited all along that Jimmy posed a threat to Vivien. Dreadful war news. Westminster Hall was hit last night, and the Abbey and the Houses of Parliament. They thought at first Big Ben had been raised. Rather than pick up the newspaper or listen to the wireless this evening, I determined to clear out the sitting room cupboard to make room for my new teaching notes. I confess to being something of a bowerbird, a trait that shames me. I would prefer to be as efficient of home as I am of mind, and I found there the most amazing collection of trifles. Amongst them, a letter received 3 years ago from Vivien's uncle. Along with the description of her pleasing compliance, I was as riled when I read that line tonight as I was at the time. How little he ever saw of the real Vivien. He had enclosed a photograph, still folded in with the letter. She was 17 years old when it was taken, and such a beauty. I remembered thinking, when I saw it those years ago, that she looked like the character from a fairy tale. Red Riding Hood, perhaps. Wide eyes and rosebud lips, and still the direct and innocent gaze of a child. I remembered hoping, too, that there was no big bad wolf waiting for her in the woods. That the letter and its photograph should have come to light today of all days gave me pause. I was not wrong the last time I had one of my feelings. I didn't act then, much to my eternal regret, but I will not stand by and let my young friend make another mistake with dire ramifications. Given that I cannot express my concerns in writing as I would wish, I will make the trip to London and see her myself. A trip she evidently took, and promptly, for the next journal entry was written 4 days later. I have been to London, and it was worse than I feared. It was obvious to me that my dear Vivien has fallen in love with the young man, Jimmy. She didn't say as much, of course. She's too circumspect for that, but I have known her since she was a child, and thus I could see it in every animation of her face, hear it in every unspoken phrase. Worse yet, it appears she has thrown all caution to the wind. She has been repeatedly to the young man's home, where he lives with his poorly father. She insists that all is innocent, to which I replied that there was no such thing, and that such distinctions would do her no favours if she were called upon to answer to these visits. She told me she wouldn't give him up. Stubborn child. To which I summoned every bit of steel I possessed and said, "My dear, you are married." I reminded her further of the promise she'd made to her husband in the Nordstrom church, that she would love, honour, and obey till death did them part, etc., etc. Oh, but I won't easily forget the way she looked at me then. The disappointment in her eyes as she told me that I didn't understand. I understand well enough what it is to love that which is forbidden, and I told her so. But she is young, and the young are quick to presume themselves the exclusive possessors of all strong feelings. I am sorry to say that we parted on ill terms. I made one last attempt to convince her to give up her work at the hospital. She refused. I reminded her she had her health to consider. She waved my concerns aside. To disappoint a soul like hers, that face which reveals itself as if beneath a master painter's brush, is to feel as guilty as if one had removed all goodness from the world. Still, I will not give up. I have one last card to play. It risks her eternal outrage, but I decided as my train left London that I am going to write to this Jimmy Metcalf and explain to him the damage he does her. Perhaps he will exercise proper caution, where she will not. The sun had started to set, and the reading room was growing colder and darker by the minute. Laurel's eyes were bleary from reading Katie Ellis's neat but tiny script without pause for the last 2 hours. She leaned back and closed her eyes, Katie's voice swirling in her head. Had she written the letter to Jimmy? Laurel wondered. Was that what had upset her mother's plan? Had whatever Katie included in the letter, something she obviously thought persuasive enough to make Jimmy give up the friendship when Vivien wouldn't, been enough to cause ruptures between Ma and Jimmy too? In a book, Laurel thought, that's exactly what would happen. There was a narrative rightness to a pair of young lovers being torn apart by the very deed they'd contrived to commit in order to buy their shared happiness. Was that what her mother had been thinking about that day in the hospital, when she'd told Laurel she should marry for love, that she shouldn't wait, that nothing else was as important? Had Dorothy waited too long, and wanted too much, and in the meantime lost her lover to the other woman? Laurel had guessed that it was something peculiar to Vivien Jenkins, which made her the very worst person around whom Dorothy and Jimmy could make such a plan. Was it simply that Vivien was precisely the type of woman Jimmy might fall in love with? Or was it something else Laurel was intuiting? Katie Ellis, every bit the minister's daughter, was obviously worried that Vivien wasn't being mindful of her marriage vows. But there was something else at work, too. Laurel wondered whether Vivien might have been ill. Katie was a worrywart, but her concern for Vivien's health was of the type usually reserved for a friend with chronic illness, not a vital young woman of 20. Vivien herself had referred to absences from the outside world when her husband Henry sat by her bedside and stroked her hand as she convalesced. Had Vivien Jenkins suffered with a condition that made her more vulnerable to the world than she might otherwise have been? Had she experienced a breakdown of some kind, emotional or physical, that left her susceptible to a relapse? Or Laurel sat bolt upright at her desk. Had she perhaps endured a series of miscarriages after her marriage to Henry? It certainly explained the doting care of her husband. Even, to an extent, Vivien's drive to get out of the house when she was recovered, to leave the domestic site of her unhappiness, and do more than she was really able. It might even explain Katie Ellis's specific concern about Vivien working with children at the hospital. Was that it? Had Katie worried that her friend was increasing her sadness by surrounding herself with constant reminders of her barrenness? Vivien had written in her letter about it being human nature, and certainly her own, to crave the very things she knew she couldn't have. Laurel was sure she was onto something. Even Katie's reliance on euphemisms was consistent with that subject at that time. Laurel wished she knew more places to look for answers. It occurred to her that Jerry's time machine would be most helpful about now. Alas, she was stuck with Katie's journals. There were a few more entries in which Vivien's friendship with Jimmy seemed to grow despite Katie's continued misgivings. And then, all of a sudden, on the 20th of May, an entry reporting that Vivien had written to advise she would not see Jimmy again, that it was time for him to begin a new life, and that she'd wished him well and told him goodbye. Laurel drew breath, wondering whether Katie had sent her letter to Jimmy after all, and if whatever she wrote to him was at the root of this abrupt change of heart. Against the odds, she felt sorry for Vivien Jenkins. Even though Laurel knew that there was more to Jimmy's friendship than met the eye, she couldn't help but pity the young woman who'd been so pleased with so little. Laurel supposed her sympathy might be influenced by her awareness of what was waiting around the corner for Vivien. But even Katie, who'd been so keen that the relationship should end, seemed ambivalent now that it had. I was worried about Vivien, and wanted the affair with the young man to stop. Now I suffer the burden of having been granted my wish. I have received a letter offering very little detail, but with a tone that is not remotely difficult to decipher. She writes in resignation. She says only that I was right, that the friendship is over, and that I need not worry, for everything has worked out for the best. Sorrow or anger I could accept. It is the defeated tone of her letter that makes me worry. I cannot help but fear it bodes ill. I will await her next letter and hope for an improvement, and I will hold fast to my certainty that what I did was done for the very best of reasons. But there was to be no further letter. Vivien Jenkins died 3 days later, a fact recorded by Katie Ellis with just the sort of grief one might imagine. 30 minutes later, Laurel was hurrying across the dusk-draped lawn of New College towards the bus stop, musing over everything she'd learned, when her phone started buzzing at her from her pocket. She didn't recognize the number, but answered anyway. "Lol?" came the voice. "Jerry?" Laurel had to strain to hear through the noise on the other end of the line. "Jerry, where are you?" "London, a phone booth on Fleet Street." "The city still has working phone booths?" "It would appear so, unless this is the TARDIS, in which case I'm in serious trouble." "What are you doing in London?" "Chasing Dr. Rufus." "Oh." Laurel pressed a hand against her other ear so she could hear properly. "And? Have you caught him?" "I have. His journals, at any rate. The doctor himself died from an infection towards the end of the war." Laurel's heart was thumping fast. She skipped over the doctor's untimely end. In the pursuit of answers to this mystery, there was only room for so much empathy. "And? What have you found?" "I don't know where to start." "The important bit. And do please hurry." "Hang on." She heard him drop another coin into the phone. "Still there?" "Yes, yes." Laurel stopped beneath a glowing orange streetlight as Jerry said, "They were never friends, Lol. Ma and this Vivien Jenkins, according to Dr. Rufus, they were never friends." "What?" She figured she'd misheard. "They hardly even knew each other." "Ma and Vivien Jenkins? What are you talking about? I've seen the book, the photograph. Of course they were friends." "Ma wanted them to be friends. From what I read, it was almost as if she wanted to be Vivien Jenkins. She became obsessed with the idea that they were inseparable. 'Two of a kind' were his exact words. But it was all in her head." "But I don't..." And then something happened. It wasn't clear what, exactly, but Vivien Jenkins did something that made it evident to Ma that they weren't close friends after all. Laurel thought of the argument Kitty Barker had spoken of. Something happening between the two of them that had put Dorothy in a terrible mood and spurred her desire for revenge. "What was it, Jerry?" she said. "Do you know what Vivien did? Or took?" "She..." "Hang on, bugger, I'm out of coins." There came the fierce sound of pockets being shaken, the phone receiver being fumbled. "It's going to cut me off, Lol. Call me back. Find some more coins and ring me back." "Too late. I'm out. I'll talk to you soon, though. I'm coming to Green. The tone sounded flatly, and Jerry was gone. Chapter 27. London, May 1941. Jimmy had been embarrassed the first time he brought Vivien home to visit his dad. Their small room looked bad enough through his eyes, but seeing it through hers made the half measures he'd taken to make it homely seem truly desperate. Had he really thought draping an old tea towel across the wooden chest made it a dining table? Apparently, he had. Vivien, for her part, did a marvellous job of acting like there was nothing remotely odd in drinking black tea out of mismatched cups while perched beside a bird on the end of an old man's bed. And it had gone off rather well, all things considered. One of those things was his father's insistence on calling Vivien "your young lady" the whole time, and then asking Jimmy, in the pipingly clearest of voices, when the pair of them planned on getting married. Jimmy had corrected the old man at least 3 times before shrugging his shoulders apologetically at Vivien and giving the whole thing up for a joke. What else could he have done? It was just an old man's mistake. He'd only met Doll once, back in Coventry before the war, and there was no harm in it. Vivien didn't seem to mind, and Jimmy's dad was made happy. Exceedingly happy. He got on a treat with Vivien. In her, it seemed, he'd found the audience he'd been waiting for all his life. There were times when Jimmy watched the pair of them laughing together at some anecdote of his dad's, trying to teach Finchy a new trick or arguing cheerfully over the best way to bait a fishhook, and he thought his heart might burst with gratitude. It had been a long while, he realised, years, since he'd seen his father without the worry line that pulled between his brows when he was trying to remember who and where he was. Occasionally, Jimmy caught himself attempting to picture Doll in Vivien's place, imagining it was her fetching a fresh cup of tea for his dad, stirring in the condensed milk just the way he liked, telling stories that made the old man shake his head with surprise and pleasure. But he couldn't envisage it somehow. He chided himself even for trying. Comparisons were irrelevant, he knew, and unfair to both women. Doll would have come to visit if she could. She wasn't a lady of leisure. Her hours at the munitions factory were long, and she was always so tired afterwards. It was only natural she'd choose to fill her rare free evenings catching up with friends. Vivien, on the other hand, seemed genuinely to relish the time she spent in their small room. Jimmy had made the mistake of thanking her once, as if she did him a great personal favour. But she'd only looked at him like he'd lost his mind and said, "For what?" He'd felt foolish in the face of her perplexity and changed the subject by making a joke. But he found himself considering later that perhaps he'd got it all wrong, and it was only for the old man's company that Vivien kept up his acquaintance. It seemed as likely an explanation as any. He still reflected on it sometimes, wondering why she'd said yes that day at the hospital when he'd asked her to walk with him. He didn't need to wonder why he'd asked her. It was having her back after she'd been ill, the brightening of everything when he'd opened the attic door and seen her there unexpectedly. He'd hurried to catch up with her when she left, opening the front door so quickly she'd still been standing on the step, tying her scarf. He hadn't expected her to say yes. He knew only that he'd been thinking about it all through the rehearsal. He wanted to spend time with her, not because Dolly had told him to, but because he liked her. He liked being with her. "Do you have children, Jimmy?" she'd asked him as they walked together. She was moving more slowly than usual, still delicate after the illness that had kept her at home. He'd noticed a certain reticence all day. She'd laughed with the kids as usual, but there'd been a look in her eyes, a caution or reserve he wasn't used to. Jimmy had felt sad for her, though he didn't know why exactly. He'd shaken his head. No. And he'd felt his face colour, remembering how he'd upset her when he'd asked the same question. This time, though, she was steering the conversation and she pressed on. "But you want them one day?" "Yes." "Just one or two?" "For starters. Then the other 6. She'd smiled at that. "I was an only child," he said by way of explanation. "It was lonely." "I was one of 4. It was noisy." Jimmy had laughed then, and he was still smiling when he realised what he hadn't before. "The stories you tell at the hospital," he said as they turned the corner, thinking of the photograph he'd taken for her, the ones about the wooden house on stilts, the enchanted forest, a family through the veil. "That's your family, isn't it?" Vivien nodded. Jimmy wasn't sure what had made him tell her about his dad that day. Something in the way she'd looked when she spoke about her own family. The stories he'd heard her tell that crackled with magic and longing and made time disappear. The need, he suddenly felt, to let somebody in. Whatever the case, he had told her, and Vivien had asked questions, and Jimmy was reminded of the day he'd first seen her with the children, that quality he'd noticed in the way she listened to them. When she said she'd like to meet the old man, Jimmy assumed it was just one of those things people say when they're really thinking about the train they've got to catch and wondering if they'll get to the station in time. But at the next rehearsal, she said it again. "I've brought something for him," she added. "Something I think he might like." She had, too. And the following week, when Jimmy finally agreed to take her to meet his dad, she'd presented the old man with a fine piece of cuttlefish. For Finchy. She'd found it on the beach, she said, when she and Henry were visiting his publisher's family. "She's a lovely one, Jim boy," Jimmy's dad had said loudly. "Very pretty, like something out of a painting. Kind, too. Will you wait and have your wedding when we get to the seaside, do you think?" "I don't know, Dad," Jimmy said, glancing at Vivien, who was pretending great interest in some of his photographs pinned to the wall. "Let's just wait and see, eh?" "Don't wait too long, Jimmy. Your mom and me, we're not getting any younger." "Righto, Dad. You'll be the first to know. Promise." Later, when he was walking Vivien back to the underground station, he explained about his dad's confusion, hoping she hadn't been too embarrassed. She seemed surprised. "You mustn't apologize for your father, Jimmy." "No, I know. I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable." "On the contrary, I haven't felt so comfortable in a long time." They walked a bit further without conversation, and then Vivien said, "Are you really going to live at the seaside?" "That's the plan." Jimmy flinched. Plan. He'd said the word without thinking, and he cursed himself. There was something enormously awkward in outlining for Vivien the self-same future scenario that had become bound up in his mind with Dolly's scheme. "And you're going to be married?" He nodded. "That's wonderful, Jimmy. I'm pleased for you. Is she a nice girl?" "No, of course she is. Silly question." Jimmy smiled faintly, hoping that was an end to the subject. But then Vivien said, "Well?" "Well?" She laughed. "Tell me about her." "What do you want to know?" "I'm not sure. The usual sort of things, I suppose. How did you two meet?" Jimmy's mind went back to the cafe in Coventry. "I was carrying a sack of flour." And she was powerless to resist. Vivien teased him gently. "So, evidently, she's partial to flour. What else does she like?" "What's she like?" "Playful," Jimmy said, his throat tight. "Full of life. Full of dreams." He wasn't enjoying the conversation one bit, but he found his mind drawn to thoughts of Doll. The girl she'd been. The woman she was now. She lost her family in the Blitz. "Oh, Jimmy." Vivien's face fell. "The poor girl. She must be devastated." Her sympathy was deep and sincere, and Jimmy couldn't bear it. His shame at the deceit, the part he'd already played, his heart sickness at the duplicity, all drove him now to honesty. Perhaps in the back of his mind he even hoped the truth might sabotage Doll's plan in some way. "I think you might know her, actually." "What?" She shot him a glance, seemingly alarmed by the idea. "How?" "Her name's Dolly." He held his breath, remembering how badly things had gone between the two of them. "Dolly Smitham." "No." Vivien was visibly relieved. "No, I don't think I know anybody by that name." Now Jimmy was confused. He knew they were friends. That is, they had been once. Dolly had told him all about it. "You worked at the WVS together. She used to live across the road from you, in Camden Grove. Lady Gwendolyn's companion." "Oh." Realization dawned on Vivien's face, and, "Oh, Jimmy," she said, stopping to grip his arm, her dark eyes wide with panic. "Does she know we've been working together at the hospital?" "No," Jimmy lied, hating himself. Her relief was palpable. A smile tried to form, only to be dimmed quickly by renewed concern. She sighed with regret, pressing her fingers lightly to her lips. "God, Jimmy, she must hate me." Her eyes scanned his. "It was the most awful thing. I don't know if she mentioned it to you. She did me a great favour once, returning my locket when I'd lost it, but I'm afraid I was rather rude to her. I'd had a bad day. Something unexpected had happened. I wasn't feeling well, and I was unkind. I went to see her, to apologise and explain. I knocked on the door of number 7, but nobody answered. Then the old woman died, and everyone moved away. It all happened very quickly." Vivien's fingers had fallen to her locket as she spoke. She was twisting it, turning it over in the hollow of her throat. "Will you tell her, Jimmy? Will you tell her I didn't mean to treat her so unkindly?" Jimmy said that he would. Hearing Vivien's explanation had made him unaccountably pleased. It confirmed Dolly's account, but it also proved that the whole thing, Vivien's seeming coldness, had been a huge misunderstanding. They walked a little further in silence, each of them alone with their thoughts, until Vivien said, "Why are you waiting to get married, Jimmy? You're in love, aren't you? You and Dolly?" His gladness fell away. He wished to God she'd dropped the subject. "Yes." "Then why not do it now?" The words he found to mask the lie were trite. "We want it to be perfect." She nodded, considering, and then she said, "What could be more perfect than marrying the person you love?" Perhaps it was the haze of shame he was feeling that made him leap to justify himself. Perhaps it was the latent memories of his dad waiting in vain for his mother to return. But Jimmy echoed her question. What could be more perfect than love? And then he laughed bitterly. Knowing you can provide enough to keep your loved one happy, for starters. That you can keep a roof over your head, put food on the table, pay for heating. For those of us with nothing to spare, that's no small matter. Not as romantic as your idea, I admit, but that's life, isn't it? Vivien's face had paled. He'd hurt her, he could tell. But Jimmy's own temper was flashing red hot by then, and although he was upset with himself and not with her at all, he didn't apologise. "You're right," she said finally. "I'm sorry, Jimmy. I spoke out of turn. It was insensitive of me." "It's none of my business anyway. You just paint such a vivid picture. The farmhouse, the seaside. It's all so wonderful. I was caught up vicariously in your plans." Jimmy didn't answer. He'd been looking at her as she spoke, but now he turned away. Something about her face, as he watched her, had inspired a clear and focused image in his mind of the two of them. Him and her running off to the seaside together, that made him want to stop her right there in the street, cup her face in his hands, and kiss her long and hard. Christ, what was the matter with him? Jimmy lit a cigarette and smoked as he walked. "What about you?" he muttered, ashamed, and trying to make amends. "What's in your future? What do you dream of?" "Oh," she waved a hand. "I don't spend too much time thinking about the future." They reached the underground station and enacted an awkward goodbye. Jimmy felt uncomfortable, not to mention guilty, especially because he was going to have to hurry to meet Dolly at Lyons as they'd planned. All the same, "Let me go with you to Kensington," he called after Vivien. "Make sure you get home safely." She glanced back at him. "You going to catch the bomb with my number on it?" "I'll give it a good try." "No," she said. "No, thanks. I prefer to go alone." And with that, a flash of the old Vivien was back, the one who'd walked ahead of him in the street, and refused even to smile. Dolly sat smoking as she watched for Jimmy from the window of the restaurant. Every so often she turned away from the glass, brushing at the white fur of her coat sleeve. It was too warm, really, to be wearing fur, but Dolly didn't like to take it off. It made her feel important, powerful even, and she needed that now, more than ever. Lately, she'd had the terrible feeling that the strings were slipping through her fingers and she was beginning to lose control. The fear made her sick to the stomach. Worst of all was the creeping uncertainty that came upon her in the night. The plan, when she'd conceived it, had seemed faultless. A simple way of teaching Vivien Jenkins a lesson, while making things right for Jimmy and herself. But as time went on, and Jimmy got no closer to setting up a meeting to take the photograph, as Dolly noticed the distance growing between them, the trouble he had meeting her eyes, she was beginning to realise she'd made a huge mistake, that she should never have asked Jimmy to do it. At her lowest moments, Dolly had even started to wonder that he might not love her in quite the same way, that he might not think she was exceptional anymore. And that thought made her truly frightened. They'd quarrelled terribly the other night. It had started over nothing, some comment she'd made about her friend Caitlin, the way she'd behaved when they went out dancing together recently with Kitty and the others. It was the sort of thing she'd said 100 times before, but somehow, this time, it turned into a full-blown argument. She'd been shocked at the sharp way he'd spoken to her, the things he'd said. He told her she ought to choose better friends if her old ones were such a disappointment, that she might even think about coming to visit him and his father next time instead of going out with people she clearly didn't like. And it had seemed so uncalled for, so unkind, she'd started crying in the street. Usually, when Dolly cried, Jimmy realized how hurt she was and moved to make things better. But not this time. He'd only shouted, "Christ!" and walked away, fists balled by his side. Dolly had swallowed her sobs then, listening and waiting in the dark, and for a minute she'd heard nothing. She'd thought she was truly alone, that somehow she'd pushed him too far and he really had left her this time. He hadn't. He'd come back, but instead of saying sorry, as she expected, he'd said in a voice she almost didn't recognize, "You should have married me, doll. You should have bloody well married me when I asked." Dolly had felt a whimper rise painfully in her throat when he said it, and she'd heard herself cry, "No, Jimmy, you should have asked me sooner." They'd made up afterwards on the steps of Mrs. White's boarding house. They'd kissed each other good night, carefully, politely, and agreed that emotion had got the better of them. That was all. But Dolly knew it was more than that. She'd stayed awake for hours afterwards, thinking back over the past weeks, remembering each time she'd seen him, the things he'd said, the way he'd behaved. And as she did, as it all played out across her mind, she'd known. It was the plan, the thing she'd asked him to do. Rather than fixing matters between them, as she'd hoped, her clever plan ran the risk of spoiling everything. No, in the restaurant, Dolly extinguished her cigarette and took the letter from her bag. She shook it from its envelope and read it again. A job offer from a boarding house called Sea Blue. It was Jimmy who'd found the advert in the newspaper and clipped it out for her. "It sounds great, doll," he'd said. "Glorious spot on the coast, seagulls, salt on the air, ice cream. And I can get work doing, well, I'll find something." Dolly hadn't really been able to picture herself sweeping up after pale, sandy holidaymakers, but Jimmy had stood over her until she wrote the letter, and there'd been a part of her that had quite liked seeing him all forceful like that. In the end, she'd decided, why not? It would keep Jimmy sweet, and if she was offered the job, she could always write back privately and turn it down. At the time, Dolly had reasoned that she wouldn't need a position like that one, not when they finally got the photograph of Vivien. The door to the restaurant opened, and Jimmy came through. He'd been running, she could tell, eager to see her, she hoped. Dolly waved and watched him as he crossed to the table. His dark hair had fallen over his face, making him look handsome and dishevelled in a dangerous sort of way. "Hey, doll," he said, kissing her on the cheek. "Bit too warm for fur, isn't it?" Dolly smiled and shook her head. "I'm all right." She moved across on the booth seat, but he sat down opposite, lifting his hand to call the waitress. Dolly waited until they'd ordered tea, and then she could stand it no longer. She took a deep breath and said, "I've had an idea." His face tensed, and she felt a stab of self-reproach, realizing how wary he'd become. She reached gently to stroke his hand. "Oh, Jimmy, it's nothing like that." She broke off, chewing her lip. "In fact," she lowered her voice, "I've been thinking about the other thing. The plan." He lifted his chin defensively, and she continued in a hurry. "Only, I thought maybe you ought to forget about it. Setting up the meeting. The photograph." "Really?" She nodded, and by the look on Jimmy's face, Dolly knew she'd made the right decision. "I should never have asked you. Her words were tumbling together now. I wasn't thinking straight. The whole thing with Lady Gwendolen, my family, it made me a bit crazy, I think, Jimmy. He came to sit beside her and took her face in his hands. His dark eyes searched hers. Of course it did. My poor girl. I should never have asked you, she said again as he kissed her. It wasn't fair. I'm sorry. Shh, he said, relief warm in his voice. Never mind about that. It's in the past. You and I need to put all that behind us and look forwards. I'd like that. He pulled back to consider her, then shook his head and laughed with a mixture of surprise and pleasure. It was a lovely sound that sent tingles down Dolly's spine. I'd like that too, he said. Let's start with your idea. You were going to tell me something when I first arrived? Oh, yes, said Dolly excitedly. The show you're putting on? I'm supposed to work, but I thought I'd play hooky and come with you to the performance instead. Really? Of course. I'd love to meet Nella and the others. And when else am I going to get the chance to see my boy play Tinkerbell? The first and final performance of Peter Pan by the young thespians of Dr. Tomalin's Hospital for War Orphans was an unmitigated success. The children flew and fought and made magic out of the dusty attic and a few old sheets. Those too ill to take part shouted and clapped and cheered from where they'd been carried up to form the audience. And Tinkerbell, under Jimmy's steady hands, acquitted herself admirably. The kids surprised Jimmy afterwards by taking down the painted Jolly Roger sign, replacing it with one that read Nightingale's Star, and then performing a version of the story he'd told them, an act they'd been practicing for weeks in secret. After the cast had made yet another final curtain call, Dr. Tomalin gave a speech and gestured for Vivien and Jimmy to take a bow too. Jimmy eyed Doll in the audience, waving at him. He smiled back and gave her a wink. He'd been nervous about bringing her today, though now he wasn't sure why. He supposed when she suggested it, he'd felt a surge of guilt over his closeness to Vivien, an anxiety that things might turn out badly between them. The second it became clear he wasn't going to be able to talk her out of coming, Jimmy had gone into damage control mode. He hadn't confessed his friendship with Vivien. Instead, he'd concentrated on explaining the way he'd taken her to task for treating Dolly so unkindly when she returned the locket. You told her about me? Of course, Jimmy said, reaching to hold Doll's hand as they left the restaurant and headed out into the blackout. You're my girl. How could I not talk about you? What did she say? Did she admit it? Did she tell you how ghastly she was? She did. Jimmy stopped walking while Doll lit a cigarette. She felt horrible about it. She said she'd suffered some sort of shock that day, but that it didn't excuse her behaviour. In the moonlight, he saw Dolly's bottom lip trembling with emotion. It was awful, Jimmy, she said in a whisper. The things she said. The way they made me feel. He threaded her hair behind her ear. She wanted to apologize to you. She tried to, apparently. But when she went to Lady Gwendolen's house, no one was there. She came to see me. Jimmy nodded, and he noticed her face soften. Just like that, all the bitterness was gone. The transition was breathtaking, and yet he shouldn't have been surprised. Doll's emotions were kites with long strings. No sooner did one dip, Then another brilliant colour caught the breeze. They'd gone dancing afterwards, and for the first time in weeks, without that bloody plan hanging over their heads, Jimmy and Dolly had had a good time together, just like they used to. They'd laughed and joked with one another, and by the time he kissed her good night and sneaked back out of Mrs. White's lower window, Jimmy had started to think it wasn't such a bad idea after all to bring Doll with him to the play. And he'd been right. After a shaky start, the day had gone off better than he could have dreamed. Vivien had been fixing the sail to the ship when they first arrived. He'd seen the surprise on her face when she turned and saw him with Doll, the way her smile had started to slide before she caught it, and he'd felt an initial stab of misgiving. She'd climbed down carefully as Jimmy was hanging up Doll's white coat, and when the two of them said hello, Jimmy had held his breath. But the greeting had gone smoothly. He'd been pleased and proud at the way Dolly handled herself. She'd gone out of her way to put the past behind her and be friendly towards Vivien. He could see that Vivien was relieved too, though quieter than usual, and perhaps less warm. When he asked whether Henry was coming to watch the performance, she looked at him as if he'd just insulted her, before reminding him that her husband had a very important job with the ministry. Thank God for Dolly, who'd always had a knack of knowing how to lighten the mood. "Come on, Jimmy," she'd said, linking her arm through Vivien's as the children began to arrive. "Take a photograph, why don't you? Something to remember the day by." Vivien had started to demur, saying she didn't enjoy having her picture taken. But Doll was trying so hard, and Jimmy didn't want to throw her efforts back in her face. "Promise it won't hurt," he'd said with a smile, and eventually Vivien had nodded faint agreement. The applause finally died down, and Dr. Tomalin told the children that Jimmy had something for all of them. The announcement was met with another round of cheering. Jimmy waved at them and started handing out copies of a photograph. He'd taken it when Vivien was away sick. It showed the whole cast in costume, standing together on the ship set. Jimmy had printed one for Vivien too. He spied her over in the far corner of the attic, gathering discarded costumes into a woven basket. Dr. Tomalin and Myra were talking to Dolly, so he took it over to her. "So," he said, arriving at her side. "So. Rave reviews in tomorrow's newspaper, I should think." She laughed. "Without doubt." He handed her a print. "This is for you." She took it, smiling at the children's faces. She leaned to put down the basket, and as she did so, her blouse gaped slightly, and Jimmy glimpsed a bruise stretching from her shoulder to her chest bone. "It's nothing," she said, noticing the direction of his glance, fingers moving quickly to adjust the fabric. "I fell, in the blackout, on my way to the shelter. A postbox got in my way. So much for paint that shows up in the dark." "Are you sure? It looks bad." "I bruise easily." Her eyes met his, and for a fraction of a second, Jimmy thought he saw something there. But then she smiled. "Not to mention I go too fast. I'm always bumping into things. People too, sometimes." Jimmy smiled back, remembering the day they'd met. But as one of the children took Vivien's hand and pulled her away, his thoughts shifted to her recurring illness and her inability to have children, and what he knew of people who bruised easily. And Jimmy felt a knot of worry tighten in his stomach. Chapter 28. Vivien sat down on the side of the bed and picked up the photograph Jimmy had given her. The one taken in the Blitz, with the smoke and the glittering glass and the family behind. She smiled as she looked at it, and then lay back, closing her eyes and willing her mind to slip over the edge, into her shadowland. The veil, the sparkling lights in the deep of the watery tunnel, and beyond these, her family, waiting for her in the house. She lay there, and she tried to see them, and then she tried harder still. It was no use. She opened her eyes. Lately, all Vivien saw when she closed them was Jimmy Metcalf. The spill of dark hair across his forehead, the twitch of his lips when he was about to say something funny, the way his brows knotted together when he spoke about his father. She stood up briskly and went to the window, leaving the photograph behind her on the bedspread. It had been a week since the play, and Vivien was restless. She missed rehearsals with the children, and Jimmy, and she couldn't stand the endless days split between the canteen and this big, quiet house. It was quiet, too. Awfully quiet. It ought to have children running up the stairs, sliding down the banisters, stomping in the attics. Even Sarah, the maid, was gone now. Henry had insisted they let her go after what had happened, but Vivien wouldn't have minded had Sarah stayed. She hadn't realized how much she'd grown used to the thumping of the vacuum machine against the skirting boards, the creaking of the old floors, the intangible knowledge that there was somebody else breathing, moving, watching, in the same space as she was. A man riding an old bicycle wobbled by on the street below, his handlebar basket filled with dirty gardening tools, and Vivien let the sheer day curtain fall against the criss-crossed glass. She sat on the edge of the nearby armchair and tried again to order her thoughts. She'd been writing to Katie on and off in her mind for days. Vivien had felt a distance since her friend's recent visit to London and was keen to put things right between them. Not to concede. Vivien had never been one to apologize where she knew herself to be right, but rather to explain. She wanted to make Katie understand, as she hadn't when they'd met, that her friendship with Jimmy was good and true. Most of all, that it was innocent, that she had no intention of leaving her marriage or jeopardizing her health or any of the other dire scenarios Katie warned against. She wanted to explain about old Mr. Metcalf and the way she was able to make him laugh, about the easiness she felt with Jimmy when they talked or looked over his photographs, about the way he believed the best of people and the sense he gave her that he would never be unkind. She wanted to convince Katie that her feelings for Jimmy were simply those of one friend for another, even if it wasn't exactly true. Vivien knew the moment that she'd realized she was in love with Jimmy Metcalf. It was when she was sitting at the breakfast table downstairs, and Henry was telling her of some work he was doing at the ministry, and she was nodding along, but thinking about an incident at the hospital. Something funny Jimmy had done when he was trying to cheer up their newest patient. And then she'd laughed, despite herself, and thank God it must have been at a point in Henry's story that he found amusing, because he smiled at her and came to kiss her and said, "I knew you'd think so too, darling." Vivien also knew that the affair was one-sided and that her feelings were not something she would ever share with him. Even if, by some chance, he felt the same way, there was no future for Jimmy with Vivien. She couldn't offer him that. Vivien's fate was sealed. Her condition didn't cause her angst or upset. Not anymore. She'd accepted for some time the life she had remaining, and she certainly didn't need illicit whispered confessions or physical expressions of love to make her whole. Quite the contrary. Vivien had learned early, as a child in a crowded railway station, on her way to board a ship to a faraway country, but she could only ever control the life she led inside her mind. When she was in the house on Camden Grove, when she could hear Henry whistling in his bathroom, trimming his moustache and admiring his profile, it was enough to know that what she had inside was hers alone. Even so, seeing Jimmy together with Dolly Smitham at the play had been a shock. They'd spoken once or twice about his fiancée, but Jimmy had always closed up when the topic surfaced, and so Vivien had stopped asking. She'd become used to thinking of him as someone who hadn't a life outside the hospital, or family aside from his father. Watching him with Dolly, though, the tenderness with which he held her hand, the way he kept his eyes trained on her, Vivien had been forced to confront the truth. Vivien might have loved Jimmy, but Jimmy loved Dolly. Moreover, Vivien could see why. Dolly was pretty and funny and filled with a sort of zest and fearlessness that drew people to her. Jimmy had described her once as sparkling, and Vivien knew just what he meant. Of course he loved her. No wonder he was so intent on providing the mast for her glorious, billowing sail. She was just the sort of person to inspire devotion from a man like Jimmy. And that's exactly what Vivien planned to tell Katie. That Jimmy was engaged to be married. His fiancée was a charming woman, and there was no reason he and Vivien shouldn't still... The telephone rang on the table beside her, and Vivien glanced at it, surprised. People didn't call 25 Camden Grove during the day. Henry's colleagues telephoned him at work, and Vivien didn't have many friends, not the sort who made phone calls. She picked up the receiver uncertainly. The voice on the other end was male and unfamiliar. She didn't catch the gentleman's name. He said it too quickly. "Hello?" she said again. "Who did you say is calling?" "Dr. Lionel Rufus." Vivien couldn't think that she knew anyone by that name, and wondered whether perhaps he was an associate of Dr. Tomalin's. "How may I help you, Dr. Rufus?" It struck Vivien sometimes that her voice was like her mother's now, here in this other life. Her mother's voice when she'd read stories to them, and it had become clipped and perfect and far away. Not her real voice at all. "Is this Mrs. Vivien Jenkins?" "Yes." "Mrs. Jenkins, I wonder if I might speak to you on a delicate matter. It concerns a young woman I believe you've met once or twice. She lived across the road from you for a time, working as a companion to Lady Gwendolen." "Do you mean Dolly Smitham?" "Yes. Now, what I have to tell you is not something I would usually discuss. There are issues of confidentiality to consider. However, in this case I feel it's in your best interest. You might want to sit down, Mrs. Jenkins." Vivien was already sitting down, so she made a small noise of assent, and then she listened closely as a doctor she'd never met told her a story she could hardly believe. She listened, and she said very little, and when Dr. Rufus finally rang off, Vivien sat with the telephone receiver in her hand for a very long time. She played his words over in her mind, trying to plait each strand together in a way that made sense. He'd spoken of Dolly, a good girl at the whims sometimes of a grand imagination, and her young man, Jimmy, I think, never met the fellow myself. And he told her of their desire to be together, their perceived need for money, so they could start again. And then he'd set out the plan they'd come up with, the part they'd cast her in, and when Vivien wondered aloud why they'd chosen her, he'd explained Dolly's despair at finding herself disowned by someone she so admired. The conversation left Vivien numb at first, and thank goodness, for the hurt at what she'd learned, the lie it made of things she'd believed fine and true, might otherwise have been crushing. She told herself the man was wrong, that it was a cruel practical joke, or else a mistake. But then she remembered the bitterness she'd seen in Jimmy's face when she'd asked why he and Dolly didn't marry and move away at once. The way he'd upbraided her, reminding her that romantic ideals were the luxury of those who could afford them. And she'd known. She sat very still as all her hopes dissolved around her. Vivien was very good at disappearing behind the storm of her emotions. She'd had a lot of practice. But this was different. It made her ache in a part of herself she'd long ago put away for safekeeping. Vivien saw clearly then, as she hadn't before, that it wasn't Jimmy alone she'd craved. It was what he'd represented. A different life, freedom, and the future she'd stopped herself from imagining. A future that rolled on ahead without impediments. Also, in some strange way, the past. Not the past of her nightmares, but rather the opportunity to come to peace with the events of before. It wasn't until she heard the hall clock chiming downstairs that Vivien remembered where she was. The room had grown colder, and her cheeks were damp with the tears she hadn't known she was crying. A draught crept from somewhere, and Jimmy's photograph drifted off the bed and onto the floor. Vivien watched, wondering dully whether even that special gift had all been part of the plan. A ruse to gain her trust so the rest of the scheme might be enacted. The photograph taken. The letter sent. Vivien straightened. There was a twisting in her stomach. Suddenly she realized there was more at stake than her own grievous disappointment. Much more. A terrible train was about to be set in motion, and she was the only one who could stop it. She hooked the telephone receiver back in place and looked at her wristwatch. 2:00, which meant she had 3 hours before she needed to be home to get ready for Henry's dinner engagement. There was no time now to lament her losses. Vivien went to the writing desk and did what she had to do. She faltered on her way towards the door, the only outward sign of her inner torment, her rising fear, and then hurried back to retrieve the book. She scribbled her message across the frontispiece, recapped her pen, and then, without another minute's hesitation, she hurried downstairs and set off on her way. Mrs. Hamblin, the woman who came in to sit with Mr. Metcalfe when Jimmy was working, answered the door. She smiled when she saw Vivien and said, "Oh, good, it's you, dear. I'll just pop down to the grocer if you don't mind, seeing as you're here to watch him." She fed a string bag over her arm and tapped the side of her nose as she hurried out the door. "I've heard tell there's bananas under the counter for those who know how to ask nice for them." Vivien had grown enormously fond of Jimmy's dad. She thought sometimes that her own father might have been just like him, had he been given the chance to attain such an age. Mr. Metcalfe had grown up on a farm, one of a great gaggle of children, and many of the stories he told were of the sort Vivien could relate to. Certainly they'd influenced Jimmy's ideas about the life he wanted to lead. Today, though, was not one of his father's good days. "The wedding," he said, clutching her hand in alarm. "We haven't missed the wedding, have we?" "You most definitely have not," she said gently. "A wedding without you? What are you thinking? There's no chance of such a thing happening." Vivien's heart ached for him. To be old and confused and frightened. She just wished there were more she could do to ease his way. "How about a cup of tea?" she said. Yes, he said. Oh, yes, please. As grateful as if she'd offered him his life's desire. That sounds lovely. When Vivien was stirring in the drop of condensed milk, just as he liked it, there was the sound of a key in the lock. Jimmy came through the door, and if he was surprised to see her there, he didn't show it. He smiled warmly, and Vivien smiled back, aware of the steel band tightening around her chest. She stayed for a time, talking with the two of them, drawing out the visit as long as she dared. Finally, though, she had to go. Henry would be expecting her. Jimmy walked her to the station as he always did, but when they reached the underground, she didn't go straight through the entrance, as was usual. I have something for you, she said, reaching into her purse. She took out her copy of Peter Pan and gave it to him. You want me to have this? She nodded. He was touched, but also, she saw, confused. I wrote in the front, she added. He opened it and read aloud what she'd written. A true friend is a light in the dark. He smiled at the book, and then, from beneath his hair, at her. Vivien Jenkins, this is the nicest gift I've ever received. Good. Her chest ached. Now we're even. She hesitated, knowing that what she was about to do would change everything. Then she reminded herself that it had already changed. The telephone call from Dr. Rufus had done that. His dispassionate voice was still in her head, the things he told her so plainly. I have something else for you, too. It's not my birthday. You know that, right? She handed him the slip of paper. Jimmy turned it over, reading what was written, and then he looked at her, shocked. What's this? I should think that's self-explanatory. Jimmy glanced over his shoulder. He lowered his voice. I mean, what's it for? Payment. For all your tremendous work at the hospital. He handed the check back as if it were poison. I didn't ask to be paid. I wanted to help. I don't want your money. For a split second, doubt flared like hope in her chest. But she'd come to know him well, and she saw the way his eyes darted from hers. Vivien didn't feel vindicated by his shame. She only felt sadder. I know you did, Jimmy, and I know you've never asked for payment. But I want you to have it. I'm sure you'll find something to do with it. Use it to help your father, she said. Or your lovely Dolly. If it makes you feel any easier, think of it as my way of repaying her for the great kindness she did me in returning my locket. Use it to get married, to make things perfect, just the way you both want, to move away and start again. Seaside, the children, the whole pretty future. His voice was expressionless. I thought you said you didn't think about the future. I meant my own. Why are you doing this? Because I like you. She took his hands, holding them firmly. They were warm, clever, kind hands. I think you're a fine man, Jimmy. One of the best. And I want you to have a happy life. That sounds a lot like goodbye. Does it? He nodded. I suppose that's because it is. She came closer then, and after the merest hesitation, she kissed him, right there in the middle of the street. She kissed him softly, barely, finally, and then she held onto his shirt with her forehead against his chest, committing the splendid moment to her memory. "Goodbye, Jimmy Metcalf," she said at last. "And this time, we really won't meet again." Jimmy sat in the station for a long time afterwards, staring at the cheque. He felt betrayed, angry with her, even as he knew he was being utterly unfair. Only, why would she have given him such a thing? And why now, when Doll's plan was forgotten and they were becoming real friends? Was it to do with her mysterious illness? There'd been something final in the way she spoke. It had worried him. Day after day, as he fielded his dad's questions as to when his lovely girl was coming back, Jimmy looked at the cheque and wondered what he was going to do. There was a part of him that wanted to rip the hateful thing into 100 tiny pieces, but he didn't. He wasn't stupid. He knew it was the answer to all his prayers, even if it did make him burn with shame and frustration and a strange, unnameable grief. The afternoon he was due to meet Dolly again for tea at Lyons, he debated whether or not to take the cheque with him. He went back and forth on the subject, taking it from inside the copy of Peter Pan, putting it in his pocket, and then replacing it in the book and hiding the damn thing out of sight. He looked at his watch, and then he did the same thing over again. He was running late. He knew Dolly would be waiting for him. She telephoned him at the newspaper office and said she had something important to show him. She'd be staring at the door, eyes wide and bright, and he'd never be able to explain to her that he'd lost something rare and precious. Feeling as if all the world's shadows were closing in around him, Jimmy pocketed Peter Pan and went to meet his fiancée. Dolly was waiting in the same seat she'd sat in when she proposed the plan. He noticed her at once because she was wearing that horrible white coat of hers. It wasn't cold enough anymore to wear fur, but Dolly refused to take it off. The coat had become so entangled in Jimmy's mind with the whole awful scheme that even a glimpse of it was enough to send a sick feeling surging through his body. "Sorry I'm late, Doll. Jimmy." Her eyes were shining. "I've done it." "Done what?" "Here." She was holding an envelope between the fingers of both hands, and now she pulled a square piece of photographic paper from inside. "I even had it developed myself." She slid the picture across the table. Jimmy picked it up, and briefly, before he could stop himself, he felt a surge of tenderness. It had been taken at the hospital on the day of the play. Vivien could be made out clearly, and Jimmy, too, standing close, his hand reaching to touch her arm. They were looking at one another. He remembered the moment. It was when he'd noticed that bruise. And then he realized what he was looking at. Dull. "It's perfect, isn't it?" She was smiling at him broadly, proudly, as if she'd done him a huge favour, almost as if she expected him to thank her. Louder than he'd intended, Jimmy said, "But we decided not to do it. You said it was a mistake, that you never should have asked." "You, Jimmy. I never should have asked you." Jimmy glanced again at the photograph and then back to Doll. His gaze was an unforgiving light that showed up all the cracks in his beautiful vase. She hadn't lied. He'd simply misunderstood. She'd never been interested in the children or the play or making amends with Vivien. She'd merely seen an opportunity. I should have just... Her face fell. But why do you look that way? I thought you'd be happy. You haven't changed your mind, have you? I wrote the letter so nicely, Jimmy, not at all unkindly, and she's the only one who'll ever see the No. Jimmy found his voice then. No, she won't. Jimmy, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. He forced the photograph back into the envelope and pushed it towards her. Get rid of it, doll. There's no need for any of that. Not anymore. What do you mean? Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Jimmy took Peter Pan from his pocket, retrieved the check, and slid it across the table. Dolly turned it over cautiously. Her cheeks flushed. What's this for? She gave it to me. To us. For help with the hospital play. And to thank you for returning her locket. She did? Tears came into Dolly's eyes, not of sadness, but relief. But Jimmy, it's for £10,000. Yes. He lit a cigarette while she stared dazedly at the check. More than I ever would have thought to ask for. Yes. Dolly leapt up to kiss him then, and Jimmy felt nothing. He walked around London for a long time that afternoon. Doll had his copy of Peter Pan. He'd been loath to part with it, but she'd snatched it up and pleaded with him to let her take it home, and what reason could he have given to explain his reluctance to let it go? The cheque he had retained, and it sat like a weight in his pocket as he roamed down street after battered street. Without his camera, he didn't see the small poetic vignettes of war. He saw the whole god-awful mess. One thing he knew for certain. He could never use a penny of that money, and he didn't think he'd be able to look at Doll ever again if she did. He was crying when he got back to his room, hot, angry tears that he swiped away with the heel of his hand because everything was wrong and he didn't know how to begin setting it right. His father noticed he was upset and asked whether one of the other neighbourhood children had been giving him a hard time at school. Did he need his dad to go and sort them out? Jimmy's heart lurched then for the impossible yearning he felt at the idea of going back, of being a child again. He gave his father a kiss on the top of his head and told him he'd be all right. And when he did, he noticed the letter on the table, addressed in small, precise handwriting, to Mr. J. Metcalf. The sender was a woman called Mrs. Katie Ellis, and she was writing to Jimmy, she said, about Mrs. Vivien Jenkins. As Jimmy read it, his heart began to pound with anger, love, and finally determination. Katie Ellis had some rather compelling reasons for wanting Jimmy to stay away from Vivien, but all Jimmy saw was how desperately he needed to go to her. At last, he understood everything that had previously confused him. As to the letter Dolly Smitham wrote to Vivien Jenkins, and the photograph tucked inside its envelope, they were forgotten. Dolly had no need now for either, so she didn't go looking for the envelope and therefore didn't notice it was missing. But it was. Swept aside by the sleeve of her thick white coat when she clutched the cheque and leaned ecstatically to kiss Jimmy, it had skidded to a halt on the edge of the table, teetered a few seconds before tipping finally and falling deep into the thin crevice where the bench seat met the wall. The envelope was completely hidden from sight, and perhaps it might have stayed that way, gathering dust, being nibbled at by cockroaches, disintegrating over the continuous ebb and flow of seasons until long after the names inside it were nothing more than the echoes of lives once lived. But fate has a funny way about it, and that's not what happened. Late that night, while Dolly slept, curled up in her narrow bed at Rillington Place, dreaming of Mrs. White's face when Dolly announced that she was leaving the boarding house, a Luftwaffe Heinkel 111 on its way back to Berlin dropped a time bomb that fell quietly through the warm night sky. The pilot would have preferred to hit Marble Arch, but he was tired, and his aim was off, and so the bomb landed where the iron railing used to stand, right out the front of the nearby Lyons Corner house. It went off at 4 o'clock the next morning, just as Dolly, who'd woken early, far too excited to keep sleeping, was sitting up in bed, looking over the copy of Peter Pan she'd brought home from the restaurant, and copying her name, Dorothy, very carefully at the top of the inscription. So sweet of Vivien to give it to her. It made Dolly sad to think how she'd misjudged her, especially when Jimmy's photograph, the two of them together at the play, slipped from where it had been tucked between the pages. She was glad they were friends now. The bomb took the restaurant and half the house next door with it. There were casualties, but not as many as there might have been, and the ambulance team from Station 39 responded promptly, combing the ruins for survivors. A kindly officer named Sue, whose husband Don had come home shell-shocked from Dunkirk, and whose only boy had been evacuated to a place in Wales with a name she couldn't pronounce, was nearing the end of her shift when she spied something in the debris. Sue rubbed her eyes and yawned, thought about leaving it, but then reached down to pick it up. It was a letter, she saw, addressed and stamped, but not yet sent. Naturally, she didn't read it, but the envelope wasn't sealed, and a photograph slipped out into the palm of her hand. She could see quite clearly now, as dawn broke brilliantly over proud, smouldering London. The photograph was of a man and a woman. Lovers. She could tell that just by looking at them. The way the fellow had his eyes trained on the pretty young woman, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He wasn't smiling as she was, but everything in his face told Sue that the man in the picture loved that woman with all his heart. She smiled to herself a little sadly, remembering the way she and Don had used to gaze at one another, and then she sealed up the letter and tucked it in her pocket. She jumped into the trusty brown Daimler beside her shift partner Vera, and they drove back to the station. Sue believed in staying optimistic, and in helping others. Sending the lover's note on its way was to be her first good deed of the breaking day. She popped the envelope in the post box as she walked home, and for the rest of her long, largely happy life, she thought about those lovers sometimes, and hoped things had turned out well for them. Chapter 29. Greenacres, 2011. Another day of Indian summer, and a golden heat haze hovered above the fields. After sitting all morning with her mother, Laurel had handed over to Rose, and left the pair of them with the pedestal fan turning slowly on the dressing table while she ventured outside. She'd intended to take a walk down to the stream to stretch her legs, but the treehouse had caught her eye, and she decided to climb up the ladder instead. It would be the first time she'd done so in 50 years. Lord, but the doorway was much lower than she remembered. Laurel clambered through, bottom cocked at an unfortunate angle, and then sat with her legs crossed, surveying the room itself. She smiled when she saw Daphne's mirror still set on its side along the crossbeam. Time had caused the mercury backing to rupture and flake, so that when Laurel looked at her reflection, the image was mottled, as if through water. It was strange indeed to find herself within this place of childhood memories, and see her grown-up, wrinkled face staring back at her. Like Alice falling through the rabbit hole, or else falling through it again, 50 years on, only to find herself the only thing changed. Laurel put the mirror back and allowed herself to glance out of the window, just as she had that day. She could almost hear Barnaby barking, see the one-winged hen turning circles in the dust, feel the stretched summer glare shearing off the driveway stones. She was just about convinced that if she peeked back at the house, she might see Iris's hula hoop rocking against its leaning post when the hot breeze grazed it. And so she didn't look. Sometimes the distance of years, all that was contained within its concertina folds, was a physical ache. Laurel turned away from the window instead. She'd brought the photograph of Dorothy and Vivien into the treehouse with her, the one Rose had found inside Peter Pan, and now Laurel took it out of her pocket. Along with the play script itself, she'd been carrying it around with her ever since she'd got back from Oxford. It had become a talisman of sorts, the starting point to this mystery she was trying to unravel, and, God, she hoped, with any luck, the key to its solution. The two women hadn't been friends, Jerry said. And yet, they must have been, for what else explained this picture? Determined to find a clue, Laurel stared hard at them, their arms linked as they smiled at the photographer. Where had it been taken, she wondered. In a room somewhere, that much was clear, a room with a slanting roof. An attic, maybe? There was no one else in the photo, but a small dark smudge behind the women might have been another person moving very quickly. Laurel looked closer. A small person, unless there was something tricky going on with the perspective. A child? Perhaps, though that didn't help especially. There were children everywhere. Or were there? In London during the war. A lot were evacuated, particularly during the first years when London was being blitzed. Laurel sighed frustratedly. It was no use. No matter how hard she tried, it was still a guessing game. One option was as plausible as the next, and nothing she'd discovered so far gave any real hint as to the circumstances that had led to this picture being taken. Except, perhaps, the book it had been nestled inside all these decades. Did that mean something? Had the two objects always been a pair? Had her mother and Vivien been in a play together? Or was it just another infuriating coincidence? She focused her attention on Dorothy, slipping on her glasses and angling the photograph towards the light coming through the open window, all the better to see each grain of detail. It struck Laurel that there was something not quite right about her mother's face. It was strained, as if the extreme good humour she'd found for the photographer wasn't entirely genuine. It wasn't antipathy. Certainly not. There was no sense that she didn't like the person behind the camera. Rather, that the happiness was in part a performance. That it was driven by some emotion other than pure, simple joy. Hey! Laurel jumped and made an owl-like whoop. She glanced at the treehouse entrance. Jerry was standing at the top of the ladder, laughing. "Oh, lol," he said, shaking his head. "You should have seen your face." "Yes, very funny, I'm sure. It really was." Laurel's heart was still pounding. To a child, perhaps. She looked out onto the empty driveway. "How did you get here? I didn't hear a car." "We've been working on teleporting. You know, dissolving matter into nothing and then transmitting it. Going pretty well so far, though I think I might have left half my brain in Cambridge." Laurel smiled with exaggerated patience. Delighted though she was to see her brother, she was in no mood for humour. "No? Oh, all right. I caught the bus and walked up from the village." He climbed in and sat down next to her. He looked like a lanky, shaggy giant, craning his long neck to take in every angle of the treehouse. God, it's been a while since I've been up here. I really like what you've done with the place. Jerry. I like your flat in London, but this is less pretentious, isn't it? More natural. Are you finished? Laurel blinked sternly at him. He pretended to consider, tapping his chin, and then pushed his unruly hair back from his forehead. You know, I think I am. Good. Then would you kindly tell me what you found in London? I don't mean to be rude, but I'm trying to solve a rather significant family mystery here. Right. Well, when you put it like that. He was wearing a green canvas satchel across his body, and he lifted the strap over his head, long fingers feeling about inside to draw out a small notebook. Laurel felt a surge of dismay when she saw it, but she bit her tongue and didn't remark on how tatty the book was. Scraps of paper coming out at all angles, curling post-it notes at top and bottom, a coffee ring on the front. The man had a doctorate, and more besides. Presumably he knew how to take good notes. Hopefully he'd be a dab hand at finding them again. While you're riffling, she said with determined cheerfulness, I've been wondering about what you said the other day. On the phone. He continued searching through a clutch of papers. You said Dorothy and Vivien weren't friends, that they hardly knew each other. That's right. I'm sorry, but I just don't understand how that can be. Do you think you might have got it wrong somehow? She held up the photograph. The two young women, arms linked, smiling at the camera. What do you say to that? He took it from her. I say they're both very pretty young ladies. Film quality's come a long way since then. Black and white's a far more moody finish than Jerry, Laurel warned. And, he handed it back, I say all this photo tells me is that for a moment in time, 70 years ago, our mother linked arms with another woman and smiled at a camera. Damned dry science logic. Laurel grimaced. What about this, then? She took up the old copy of Peter Pan and opened it to the frontispiece. It's inscribed, she said, pointing her finger at the handwritten lines. Look. Jerry set his papers in his lap and took the book from her. He read the message. For Dorothy, a true friend is a light in the dark. Vivien. It was small of her, she knew, but Laurel felt just a wee bit triumphant then. That's a little harder to dispute, isn't it? He stuck the pad of his thumb in his chin dimple and frowned, still staring at the page. That, I grant you, is a tad trickier. He brought the book closer, lifted his brows as if he were trying to focus, and then he leaned it more towards the light. As Laurel watched, a smile brightened her brother's face. What? She demanded. What is it? Well, I wouldn't expect you to notice, of course. You humanities types are never big on detail. The point, Jerry? He handed the book back to her. Have a closer look. It strikes me that the body of the message is written in a different pen from the name above it. Laurel moved to beneath the treehouse window and let sunlight stream directly onto the page. She adjusted her reading glasses and stared hard at the inscription. Well, some detective she'd turned out to be. Laurel couldn't believe she hadn't noticed before. The message about friendship was written in one pen, and the words, for Dorothy, at the top, though also in black ink, had been written with another, slightly finer. It was possible Vivien had started writing with one and then switched to a second. The ink of the first might have been running low, but it was unlikely, wasn't it? Laurel had the dispiriting sense she was grasping at straws, particularly when, as she continued to look, she started to perceive slight variations in the two handwriting styles. Her voice was low and clipped. "You're suggesting Ma might have written her own name in the book, aren't you? Made it look as if it were a gift from Vivien." "I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying 2 different pens have been used. But yeah, that's a distinct possibility, especially in light of what Dr. Rufus observed." "Yes," said Laurel, closing the book. "Dr. Rufus. Tell me everything you found, Jerry. Everything he wrote about this," she waved her fingers, "obsessive condition of Ma's." First up, it wasn't an obsessive condition, it was just your garden variety obsession. There's a difference? Well, yes. One is a clinical definition, the other is a single trait. Dr. Rufus certainly thought she had some issues. I'll get to those, but she was never actually his patient. Dr. Rufus had known her as a child. His daughter had been friends with Ma when they were growing up in Coventry. He liked her, I gather, and he took an interest in her life. Laurel glanced at the photograph in her hand. A beautiful young mother. I'll bet he did. They met regularly for lunch, and he just happened to write down most of what she told him? Some friend he turned out to be. Just as well for our purposes. Laurel had to concede the point. Jerry had closed his notebook, and he glanced at the post-it note stuck to its cover. So, according to Lionel Rufus, she'd always been an outgoing sort of girl, playful, fun, and very imaginative, all the things we know Ma to be. Her origins were ordinary enough, but she was desperate to lead a fabulous life. He first became interested in her because he was researching narcissism. Narcissism? In particular, the role of fantasy as a defense mechanism. He noticed that some of the things Ma said and did as a teenager tallied with the list of traits he was working on. Nothing over the top, just a certain level of self-absorption, a need to be admired, a tendency to see herself as exceptional, dreams of being successful and popular. Sounds like every teenager I've met. Exactly. And it's all a sliding scale. Some narcissistic traits are common and normal. Other people parlay the same traits into forms for which society generously rewards them. Like who? Oh, I don't know. Actors? He gave her a crinkly smile. Seriously, though, despite what Caravaggio would have us believe, it's not all about staring into mirrors all day. I should think not. Daphne would be in trouble if it were. But people with a bent towards narcissistic personality types are susceptible to obsessive ideas and fantasies. Like imagined friendships with people they admire. Yes, precisely. Many times it's a harmless delusion that fades eventually, leaving the object of the ardour none the wiser. Other times, though, if the person is forced to confront the fact that their fantasy isn't real, if something happens to crack the mirror, so to speak, well, let's just say they're the type to feel rejection rather deeply. And to seek revenge. I should say so, though they'd more likely see it as justice than revenge. Laurel lit a cigarette. Rufus's notes don't go into enormous detail, but it seems that in the early 1940s, when Ma was around 19 years old, she developed two major fantasies. The first with regard to her employer. She was convinced the old aristocrat looked upon her as a daughter and was going to leave her the bulk of the ancestral estate. Which she didn't. Jerry inclined his head and waited patiently for Laurel to say, "No, of course she didn't. Go on." The second was her imagined friendship with Vivien. They knew each other. They just weren't as close as Ma believed them to be. And then something happened to spoil the fantasy. Jerry nodded. I couldn't find a lot of details, but Rufus wrote that Ma was slighted by Vivien Jenkins. The circumstances weren't clear, but I gather Vivien openly denied knowing her. Ma was hurt and embarrassed, angry too, but, he thought, okay, until a month or so later he was advised she'd come up with some sort of plan to put things right. Ma told him that. No, I don't think so. Jerry scanned the post-it note. He didn't specify how he knew, but I got the impression, something in the way it was worded, that the information didn't come directly from Ma. Laurel drew in the corner of her mouth, considering. The words, "put things right," made her mind cast back to her visit with Kitty Barker. In particular, the old woman's account of the night she and Ma went out dancing. Dolly's wild behaviour. The plan she kept on about. The friend she'd brought with her, a girl she'd grown up in Coventry with. Laurel smoked thoughtfully. Dr. Rufus's daughter, it had to be, who'd later told her father what she'd heard. Laurel felt sorry for her mother then. Denied by one friend, reported on by another. She could well remember the hot intensity of her own teenage daydreams and imaginings. It had been a relief when she became an actress and was able to funnel them into artistic creations. Dorothy, though, hadn't had that opportunity. "So what happened, Jerry?" she said. "Ma just let her fantasies go? Snapped out of it?" The word snapped, and Laurel remembered her mother's crocodile story. That sort of change was exactly what she'd been suggesting in the tale, wasn't it? A transition from the young Dolly of Kitty Barker's London memories to Dorothy Nicolson of Greenacres. Yes, that can happen. He shrugged. It can happen because it did happen. Ma's the proof. Laurel shook her head at him in wonder. You scientists really do believe whatever your proofs tell you. Of course. That's why they're called proofs. How, though, Jerry? Laurel needed more than that. How did she shake off these traits? Well, if we consult the theories of our good friend Lionel Rufus here, it would appear that although some people go on to develop a full-blown personality disorder, many simply outgrow the narcissistic traits of adolescence when they reach adulthood. Of most relevance to Ma's situation, though, is his theory that a major traumatic event, shock or loss or grief, something outside the direct personal sphere of the narcissistic person, can, in some cases, cure them. Put them back in touch with reality, you mean? Make them look outwards rather than inwards? Exactly. It was what they'd posited when they met that night in Cambridge, that Ma had been involved in something that turned out terribly, and she became a better person for it. Jerry said, I guess it's the same as the rest of us. We grow and change depending on what life throws at us. Laurel nodded pensively and finished her cigarette. Jerry was putting away his notebook, and it seemed they'd reached the end of the road, but then something occurred to her. "You said before that Dr. Rufus was studying fantasy as a defense mechanism." "Defense against what, Jerry?" "Lots of things. Though, most notably, Dr. Rufus believed children who felt out of place within their families, those who were held at a distance by their parents, made to feel odd or different, were susceptible to developing narcissistic traits as a form of self-protection." Laurel considered their mother's reluctance to speak in detail about her past in Coventry, her family. She'd always accepted it was because Ma was too grief-stricken by their loss. Now, though, she wondered if her silence hadn't been due in part to something else. "I used to get in trouble when I was young," Laurel could remember her mother saying, usually when Laurel herself had misbehaved. "I always felt different from my parents. I'm not sure they knew quite what to make of me." What if young Dorothy Smitham had never been happy at home? What if she'd felt an outsider all her life, and her loneliness had driven her to generate grand fantasies in a desperate attempt to fill the hole of need inside? What if it had all gone terribly wrong, and her dreams had come crashing down, and she'd had to live with the fact, until finally she was permitted a second chance, an opportunity to put the past behind her and start again, to become, this time, the person she'd always wanted to be, within a family who adored her? No wonder she'd been so stricken when Henry Jenkins, after all that time, had walked up the drive. She must have seen him as the author of her dream's demise, his arrival bringing the past into collision with the present in a nightmarish way. Maybe it was shock that made her lift the knife. Shock mixed with fear that she might lose the family she'd created and that she adored. It didn't make Laurel feel any easier about what she'd seen, but it certainly went some way towards explaining it. But what was the major traumatic event that so changed her? It was something to do with Vivien. With Ma's plan, Laurel would have staked her life on that. But what exactly? Was there any way of finding out more than what they knew already? Anywhere else she might look? Laurel thought again about the locked trunk in the attic, the place Ma had hidden the playbook and photograph. There'd been very little else inside, only the old white coat, the carved Mr. Punch, and the thank you card. The coat was part of the story. The ticket dated 1941 must surely have been the one Ma bought when she fled London, while the provenance of the figurine was impossible to know. But what about the card with the coronation stamp on its envelope? Something about that card had given Laurel a flutter of déjà vu when she found it. She wondered if it might not be worth her while to take another look. Later that evening, when the day's heat had begun to roll away and night was falling, Laurel left the others looking through photo albums and disappeared up to the attic. She'd taken the key from her mother's bedside table drawer without even a twinge of conscience. Perhaps knowing precisely what she'd find inside the trunk took some of the sting out of her prying. That or her moral compass was now completely moribund. Whatever the case, she didn't linger, merely took what she'd come for and hurried back downstairs. Dorothy was still sleeping when Laurel returned the key, the sheet drawn high on her body, and her face wan against the pillow. The nurse had been and gone an hour before, and Laurel had helped to bathe her mother. As she'd drawn the flannel down Ma's arm, she'd thought, "These are the arms that nursed me." As she held the old hand, she'd found herself trying to remember the reverse sensation of her small fingers wrapped inside the safety of her mother's palm. Even the weather, the unseasonal warmth, The bursts of sun-shot air that came down the chimney made Laurel feel unaccountably nostalgic. "Nothing unaccountable about it," said a voice in Laurel's head. "Your mother's dying. Of course you feel nostalgic." Laurel did not like that voice, and shooed it away. Rose stuck her head around the door and said quietly, "Daphne just called. Her plane gets into Heathrow at midday tomorrow." Laurel nodded. It was just as well. When the nurse was leaving earlier, she'd told them, with a delicacy Laurel appreciated, that it was time to call the family home. "She hasn't far to walk now," the nurse had said. "Her long journey's almost done." And it was a long journey. Dorothy had lived a whole other life before Laurel had even been born, a life that Laurel was only now beginning to glimpse. "Need anything?" said Rose, tilting her head so that silvery ripples of hair fell over one shoulder. "Fancy a cup of tea?" Laurel said, "No thanks," and Rose left. Sounds of movement started up in the kitchen downstairs, the hum of the kettle, cups being laid out on the bench top, the cutlery clattering in the drawer. They were comforting noises of family life, and Laurel was glad her mother was home to hear them. She went closer to the bed and sat down on a chair, stroking Dorothy's cheek lightly with the back of her fingers. There was something soothing in watching the gentle rise and fall of her mother's chest. Laurel wondered whether even in her sleep she could hear what was happening, whether she was thinking, "My children are down there, my grown-up children, happy and healthy and enjoying one another's company." It was hard to know. Certainly Ma slept more calmly now. There'd been no nightmares since the other evening, and although her moments of wakeful lucidity were rare, they were radiant when they came. She seemed to have let go of the restlessness, the guilt, Laurel supposed, that had plagued her over the past few weeks, and was moving beyond the place where contrition ruled. Laurel was glad for her. No matter what had occurred in the past, it was insupportable to think of her mother. So much of her life led in kindness and love, repentance, perhaps, engulfed by guilt at the very end. Yet there was a selfish part of Laurel that wanted to know more, that needed to talk to Ma before she passed away. She couldn't bear to think that Dorothy Nicolson might die without them having spoken about what happened that day in 1961, and what happened before that, in 1941, the traumatic event that changed her. For surely at this point, it was only by asking outright that Laurel was going to find the answers she needed. "Ask me again one day, when you're older," her mother had said, when Laurel wondered how she'd turned from a crocodile into a person. Well, Laurel wanted to ask now. For herself, but more than that, so she could give Ma the comfort and true forgiveness she so surely craved. "Tell me about your friend, Ma," Laurel said softly to the dim, silent room. Dorothy stirred, and Laurel said it again, a little louder. "Tell me about Vivien." She didn't expect an answer. The nurse had administered morphine before she left, and none came. Laurel leaned back in her chair and slipped the old card from its envelope instead. The message hadn't changed. It still read only, "Thank you." No more words had appeared since last she'd looked, no clue as to the sender's identity, no answers to the riddle she sought to solve. Laurel turned the card over and over again, wondering whether it was only a lack of other options that made her think it was important. She put it back into its envelope, and as she did so, the stamp caught her eye. She felt the same frisson of memory as last time. Something was definitely eluding her, something to do with that stamp. Laurel brought it closer, taking in the young queen's face, her coronation robes. It was hard to believe it had been almost 60 years. She rattled the envelope thoughtfully. Perhaps her sense of the card's importance was less to do with Ma's mystery and more to do with its representation of an event that had loomed so large in Laurel's 8-year-old mind. She could still remember watching it on the television set her parents had borrowed specially for the occasion. They'd all gathered around and... "Laurel?" The old voice was as thin as a drift of smoke. Laurel put the card aside and leaned her elbows on the mattress as she took her mother's hand. "I'm here, Ma." Dorothy smiled faintly. Her eyes were glazed as she blinked at her eldest daughter. "You're here," she echoed. I thought you said, ask me again one day, when you're older." Laurel felt herself at a precipice. She'd always believed in crossroad moments. This, she knew, was one of them. "I was asking about your friend, Ma," she said. "In London, during the war." "Jimmy." The name came quickly, and with it a look of panic and loss. I didn't..." Ma's face was a mask of anguish, and Laurel hurried to soothe her. "Not Jimmy, Ma. I meant Vivien." Dorothy didn't say a word. Laurel could see her jaw twitching with unsaid things. "Ma, please." And perhaps Dorothy perceived the note of desperation in her eldest daughter's voice, because she sighed with ancient sorrow. Her eyelids fluttered, and she said, "Vivien was weak. A victim." Every hair on Laurel's neck stood alert. Vivien was a victim. She was Dorothy's victim. This felt like a confession. "What happened to Vivien, Ma?" "Henry was a brute." "Henry Jenkins?" "A vicious man. He beat." Dorothy's old hand gripped Laurel's, her gnarled fingers trembling. Laurel's face heated as realization fired. She thought of the questions raised by what she'd read in Katie Ellis's journals. Vivien wasn't ill or infertile. She was married to a violent man. A charming brute who abused his wife behind closed doors and then smiled at the world, who did the sort of damage that kept Vivien in bed for days at a time, recovering while he maintained a vigil at her side. It was a secret. No one knew. That wasn't quite true, though, was it? Katie Ellis had known. The euphemistic references to Vivien's health and well-being, the excessive concern over Vivien's friendship with Jimmy, the letter she intended to write telling him why he had to stay away. Katie had been desperate that Vivien not do anything to draw her husband's ire. Was that why she'd counselled her young friend away from Dr. Tomalin's hospital? Had Henry been envious of the other man's place in his wife's affections? Henry. I was scared. Laurel glanced at her mother's pale face. Katie had been Vivien's friend and confidant. It was understandable that she might know such a dirty marital secret. How, though, did Ma know such a thing? Had Henry's violence spilled over? Was that what had gone wrong with the young lover's plan? And then Laurel was seized by a sudden, awful idea. Henry had killed Jimmy. He'd found out about Jimmy's friendship with Vivien and killed him. That was why Ma hadn't married the man she loved. The answers fell like dominoes. That was how she knew about Henry's violence. That was why she was scared. That's why, Laurel said quickly. You killed Henry because of what he did to Jimmy. The answer came so softly, it might have been the current of the white moth's wings as it flew through the open window and soared towards the light. But Laurel heard it. Yes. Just a single word, but to Laurel it was music. Caught within its 3 simple letters was the answer to a lifetime's question. You were frightened when he came here to Greenacres, that he'd come to hurt you because everything went wrong and Vivien died. Yes. You thought he might hurt Jerry, too. You said... Ma's eyes shot open. Her grip tightened on Laurel's hand. He said he was going to destroy everything I loved. Oh, Ma. Just as I'd done to him. As her mother released her grip, exhausted, Laurel could have wept. She was overwhelmed by an almost crushing sense of relief. Finally, after weeks of searching, after years and years of wondering, everything was explained. What she'd seen, the menace she'd felt as she watched the man in the black hat walking up the driveway, the secrecy afterwards that she couldn't understand. Dorothy Nicolson killed Henry Jenkins when he came to Greenacres in 1961 because he was a violent monster who used to beat his wife. He'd killed Dorothy's lover and spent 2 decades trying to track her down. When he found her, he threatened to destroy the family she loved. Laurel. Yes, Ma? But Dorothy didn't say more. Her lips moved soundlessly as she searched the dusty corners of her mind, grasping at lost threads she might never catch. There now, Ma. Laurel stroked her mother's forehead. Everything's all right. Everything's all right now. Laurel fixed the sheets and stood for a time, watching her mother's face. Peaceful now. Asleep. All this time, she realized, this whole hunt she'd been on had been driven by a yearning need to know that her happy family, her entire childhood, the way her mother and father had looked at one another with such rare, abiding love, was not a lie. And now she did. Her chest ached with a complex blend of burning love and awe, and yes, finally, acceptance. I love you, Ma, she whispered, close by Dorothy's ear, feeling as she did the end to her search. And I forgive you, too. Iris's voice was growing typically heated in the kitchen, and Laurel itched, suddenly, to join her brother and sisters. She gathered Ma's blankets up smoothly and placed a kiss on her forehead. The thank you card was sitting on the chair behind her, and Laurel picked it up, intending to stow it in her bedroom. Her mind was already downstairs fixing a cup of tea, so she couldn't have said later what it was that made her notice then the small black marks on the envelope. But notice them she did. Her steps faltered halfway across Ma's room, and she stopped. She went to where the lamplight was brightest, slipped on her reading glasses, and brought the envelope close. And then she smiled, slowly, wonderingly. She'd been so distracted by the stamp that she'd nearly missed the real clue staring her in the face. It had been franked. The cancellation mark was decades old, and it wasn't easy to read, but it was clear enough to make out the date the card had been posted. The 3rd of June, 1953. And better yet, where it had been sent from. Kensington, London. Laurel glanced back towards her mother's sleeping form. It was the very place Ma had lived during the war, in a house on Camden Grove. But who had sent her a thank you card over a decade later? And why? Chapter 30. London, the 23rd of May, 1941. Vivien glanced at her wristwatch, the cafe door, and finally the street outside. Jimmy had said 2, but it was almost past, and there was still no sign of him. He might have run into trouble at work, or maybe with his dad, but Vivien didn't think so. His message had been urgent. He needed to see her, and he delivered it by such cryptic methods. Vivien couldn't believe he'd have let himself get caught up. She bit her bottom lip and checked her watch again. Her gaze shifted to the full cup of tea she'd poured 15 minutes ago, the chip on the saucer's rim, the dried tea in the dip of the spoon. She glimpsed outside the window again, saw no one she knew, and then tilted her hat to hide her face. His message had been a surprise, a wonderful, terrible, heart-pounding surprise. Vivien had truly believed when she gave Jimmy the check that she wouldn't see him again. It hadn't been a trick, a way to bluff him into making fevered contact. Vivien valued his life, if not her own, too much for that. Her intention had been the opposite. After hearing Dr. Rufus's story, after realizing the repercussions, for all of them, should Henry learn of the friendship she'd formed with Jimmy, the work she'd been doing at Dr. Tomalin's hospital, it had seemed the only way. The perfect way, in fact. It delivered money to Dolly, and the sort of insult to Jimmy that would most offend a man like him, an honourable man, a kind one, and thereby be sufficient to keep him away, to keep him safe, forever. She'd been reckless in letting him get so close. She ought to have known better. Vivien had brought this whole situation on herself. In some way, giving the cheque to Jimmy had also delivered to Vivien what she most wanted in the world. She smiled now, just a little, thinking of it. Her love for Jimmy was selfless, not because she was a good person, but because it had to be. Henry would never, ever allow them to be anything to one another. And so she let her love take the form of wanting for Jimmy the best life he could have, even if she couldn't be a part of it. Jimmy and Dolly were free now to do everything he dreamed of, to leave London, to be married, to live happily ever after. And by giving away money Henry guarded so jealously, Vivien was striking at him, too, in the only way she could. He would find out, of course. The strict rules of her inheritance weren't easily circumvented, but Vivien had no great interest in money and what it could buy. She signed over whatever amount Henry demanded and needed very little for herself. Nonetheless, he made it his business to know precisely what was spent and where. She would pay a hefty price, just as she had over the donation to Dr. Tomalin's hospital. But it would be worth it. Oh yes, it pleased her greatly to know the money he craved so dearly would go elsewhere. Which wasn't to say telling Jimmy goodbye hadn't been one of the most agonizing things Vivien had ever done, because it had been. Faced with seeing him now, the joy that pulsed beneath her skin when she picked at him arriving through that door, the fall of dark hair over his eyes, the smile that suggested secret things, that made her feel understood, recognized, before he said a single word. She couldn't believe she'd found the strength to go through with it. Now, in the cafe, she looked up as one of the waitresses arrived at the edge of her table and asked if she'd like to order food. Vivien told her no, that she was fine with tea at the moment. It occurred to her that Jimmy might have come and gone already, that perhaps she'd just missed him. Henry had been unusually tense over the past few days. It hadn't been easy getting away. But when she asked the waitress, the girl shook her head. "I know the fellow you're talking about," she said. "Handsome man with a camera." Vivien nodded. "Haven't seen him in a couple of days. Sorry." The waitress left, and Vivien turned and looked out the window again, checking up and down the street for Jimmy, and for anybody else who might be watching too. She'd been shocked initially by what Dr. Rufus told her on the telephone, but as she'd made her way to Jimmy's place, Vivien had thought she understood. Dolly's hurt when she imagined herself rejected, her impulse for revenge, her burning desire to reinvent herself and start again. There were people, Vivien was sure, who'd find such a scheme inconceivable. But she wasn't one of them. She found nothing particularly difficult in believing that a person might go to such lengths if they thought the ends made possible an escape. Especially someone like Dolly, who'd been cut adrift by the loss of her family. The aspect of Dr. Rufus's story that cut like a knife was Jimmy's part in it. Vivien refused to believe that everything they'd shared had been pretend. She knew it hadn't. No matter what had brought Jimmy to her on the street that day, the feelings between them were real. She knew it in her heart, and Vivien's heart was never wrong. She'd known it that very first night in the canteen, when she'd seen the photograph of Nella and exclaimed, and Jimmy had looked up, and their eyes had met. She knew it, too, because he hadn't stayed away. She'd given him the check, everything Dolly wanted and more, but he hadn't walked away. He'd refused to let her go. Jimmy had sent word with a woman Vivien didn't know, a funny little thing who'd knocked on the front door at 25 Camden Grove with a tin in her hand for donations to the Soldiers' Hospital Fund. Vivien had been about to collect her purse when the woman shook her head and whispered that Jimmy needed to see her, that he'd meet her here in this railway cafe at 2:00 on Friday. And then the woman had gone, and Vivien had felt hope flicker inside her before she knew how to stop it. But Vivien checked her watch. It was almost 3 now. He wasn't coming. She knew it. She'd known it for the past 30 minutes. Henry would be home in an hour, and there were things she had to take care of before he arrived. Things that he expected. Vivien stood and tucked the chair beneath the table. Her disappointment now was 100 times worse than it had been the last time she'd left him. But she couldn't wait longer. She'd already stayed beyond what was safe. Vivien paid for her pot of tea, and with a last glance around the cafe, she pulled her hat down low and hurried back towards Camden Grove. "Been out for a walk, have you?" Vivien stiffened in the entrance hall. She glanced over her shoulder, through the open door to the sitting room. Henry was in the armchair, legs crossed, black shoes gleaming, as he watched her over the top of a thick ministry report. Her thoughts swam. It was early. She was supposed to greet him at the door when he arrived home, hand him his whiskey and ask about his day. "It's such lovely weather. I couldn't resist." "Go through the park?" "Yes," she smiled, trying to still the rabbit in her chest. "The tulips are in bloom." "Are they?" "Yes." He raised his report again, covering his face, and Vivien let herself breathe again. She remained where she was, but only for a second, only to be sure. Careful not to move too quickly, she set her hat down on the stand, removed her scarf, and walked as smoothly as she could, away. "See any friends while you were out?" Henry's voice stopped her as she reached the bottom step. Vivien turned slowly. He was leaning, casually, against the sitting-room door jamb, smoothing his moustache. He'd been drinking. There was something in his manner, a looseness that she recognized, that made her stomach swoop with dread. Other women, she knew, found Henry attractive. That dark, almost sneering expression, the way his eyes refused to let theirs go. But Vivien didn't. She never had. Ever since the night they met, when she'd thought herself alone by the lake at Nordstrom and looked up to find him leaning against the pool house, staring at her while he smoked. There'd been something in his eyes as he watched her. Lust, of course, but something else besides. It had made her skin crawl. She saw it in them now. "Why, Henry, no," she said as lightly as she could. "Of course not. You know I haven't time for friends. Not with my canteen work." The house was still and silent. No cook downstairs rolling out pastry for the dinner pie. No maid wrestling with the vacuum cord. Vivien missed Sarah. The poor girl had cried, embarrassed and ashamed, when Vivien came across the two of them together that afternoon. Henry had been livid, his pleasure spoiled and his dignity wrinkled. He'd punished Sarah's compliance by letting her go. He'd punished Vivien's timing by making her stay. And so here they were, just the two of them. Henry and Vivien Jenkins. A man and his wife. "Henry was one of my brightest students," her uncle had said when he told her what the two men had discussed in his smoke-filled study. "He's a distinguished gentleman. You're very lucky that he's interested in you." "I think I'll go upstairs and lie down," she said, after a pause that seemed interminable. "Tired, darling?" "Yes." Vivien tried to smile. "The raids. The whole of London's tired, I suppose." "Yes." He came towards her with lips that smiled and eyes that didn't. "I suppose they probably are." Henry's fist hit her left ear first, and the ringing was deafening. The force of the blow sent her face into the entrance hall wall, and she fell to the floor. He was on top of her then, grabbing at her dress, shaking her, his handsome face twisting with anger as he hit her. He was shouting, too, spittle coming from his mouth, landing on her face, her neck, his eyes glinting as he told her over and over that she belonged to him, and she always would. She was his prize, that he'd never let another man touch her. He'd sooner see her dead than let her go. Vivien closed her eyes. She knew it drove him wild with rage when she refused to look at him. Sure enough, he shook her harder, gripped her by the throat, shouted closer to her ear. In the black of her mind, Vivien looked for the creek, the shining lights. She never fought back, even when her fists clenched hard at her sides, and that balled-up part of her, the essence of Vivien Longmire that she'd tucked away so long ago, wrestled for release. Her uncle might have struck the deal in his smoky study, but Vivien had had her own reasons for being so tractable. Katie had tried her best to change her mind, but Vivien had always been stubborn. This was her penance. She knew. It was what she deserved. Her fists were the reason she'd been punished in the first place, the reason she'd been left at home, the reason her family had hurried back from the picnic and been lost. Her mind was liquid now. She was in the tunnel, swimming down and down, her arms and legs strong as they pulled her through the water towards home. Vivien didn't mind being punished. She just wondered when it would end. When he would put an end to her. Because he would one day. Of that she was certain. Vivien held her breath, waiting, hoping this might be it. For each time she woke and found herself still here in the house on Camden Grove, the well of despair inside her deepened. Water was warmer now. She was getting closer. In the distance, the first twinkling lights. Vivien swam towards them. What would happen, she wondered, when he did kill her? Knowing Henry, he'd have the wherewithal to make sure someone else took the blame. Or else he'd have it seem she died by accident. An unfortunate fall, bad luck in the air raids. Wrong place, wrong time, people would say, shaking their heads, and Henry would be cast evermore as the devoted, grieving husband. He'd probably write a book about it. About her. A fantasy version of Vivien, just like the other one, the reluctant muse, about that horrid, pliable girl she didn't recognize, who worshipped her author husband and dreamed of dresses and parties. The lights were bright now, nearer, and Vivien could make out shimmering patterns. She looked beyond them, though. It was what lay beyond that she had come to find. The room tilted. Henry was finished. He picked her up and she felt her body slump like a rag doll, limp in his arms. She ought to do it herself. Take rocks or bricks, something heavy, and put them in her pockets. Walk into the Serpentine, one step at a time, until she saw the lights. He was kissing her face, smothering it with wet kisses. His ragged breaths, his smell of hair grease and alcohol turned to sweat. There now, he was saying, I love you. You know I do. But you make me so angry. You shouldn't get me angry like that. Tiny lights. So many lights. And on the other side, Pippin. He turned towards her, and for the first time, it seemed he could see her. Henry carried her up the stairs, a ghastly groom with his bride, and then he laid her gently on the bed. She could do it herself. It was so clear to her now. She, Vivien, was the final thing she could take from him. He peeled off her shoes and fixed her hair so it fell evenly over each shoulder. Your face, he said sadly. Your beautiful face. He kissed the back of her hand and set it down. Have a rest now, he said. You'll feel better when you wake up. He leaned close, his lips against her ear. And don't you worry about Jimmy Metcalf. I've had him taken care of. He's dead now, rotting at the bottom of the Thames. He won't come between us any more. Heavy footsteps. The door closing. The key being turned in the lock. Pippin lifted his hand, half a wave, half a beckoning motion, and Vivien went towards him. She woke an hour later in her bedroom at 25 Camden Grove, with afternoon sunlight streaming through the window onto her face. Immediately, Vivien closed her eyes again. She had a throbbing headache behind her temples, in the back of her eye sockets, at the base of her neck. Her whole head felt like a ripe plum that had fallen onto tiles from somewhere high. She lay as still as a plank, trying to remember what had happened and why she ached so terribly. It came back to her in waves, the whole episode, mixed as always with impressions from the watery salvation of her mind. Those were the hardest memories to bear, the shadowy sensations of supreme well-being, of eternal longing, more febrile than real memories, and yet so much more potent. Vivien winced as slowly she shifted each part of her body, trying to ascertain the damage. It was part of the process. Henry would expect her to be neatened up by the time he got home. He didn't like it when she took too long to heal. Her legs seemed unharmed. That was good. Limping prompted awkward questions. Her arms were bruised, but not broken. It was her jaw that throbbed. Her ear was still ringing, and the side of her face burned. That was unusual. Henry didn't normally touch her face. He was careful, keeping the blows always below the neckline. She was his prize. Nothing should mark her but him. And he didn't like to be confronted by the evidence. It reminded him of how angry she'd made him, how disappointing she could be. He liked her injuries to remain safely beneath her clothing, there for only her to see, to remind her how much he loved her. He would never hit a woman if he didn't care so damned much. Vivien cleared her mind of Henry. Something else had been trying to get to the surface, something important. She could hear it like a lone mosquito in the dead of night, buzzing close before skirting away, but she couldn't catch it. She stayed very still as the hum came near, and then Vivien gasped for air. She remembered, and she reeled. Her own suffering paled. Don't you worry about Jimmy Metcalf. I've had him taken care of. He's dead now, rotting at the bottom of the Thames. He won't come between us anymore. She couldn't breathe. Jimmy, he hadn't come to meet her today. She'd waited, but he hadn't come. Jimmy wouldn't have left her there. He'd have come if he could. Henry knew his name. He'd found out, somehow. Had Jimmy taken care of? There'd been others before, people who dared get between Henry and the things he wanted. He never did it himself. It wouldn't have been seemly. Vivien was the only one who knew the cruelty of Henry's fists. But Henry had his men. And Jimmy hadn't come. A keening noise rose up, the terrible sound of an animal in pain, and Vivien realized it was her. She curled onto her side and pressed her hands against her skull to ease the ache, and she didn't think she'd ever move again. The next time she woke, the sun had lost its bite, and the room had taken on the blue of early evening. Vivien's eyes stung. She'd been crying in her sleep, but she didn't cry now. She was empty inside, desolate. All that was good in the world had gone. Henry had seen to that. How had he known? He had his spies, she knew, but Vivien had been careful. She'd gone to Dr. Tomalin's hospital for 5 months without incident. She'd broken off contact with Jimmy so this exact thing wouldn't happen. As soon as Dr. Rufus told her about Dolly's intentions, she'd known. Dolly. Of course. It was Dolly. Vivien forced her mind back to the details of her conversation with Dr. Rufus, straining to remember. He'd told her Dolly planned to send a photograph of Vivien and Jimmy with a letter saying she'd tell Vivien's husband all about the affair unless Vivien paid for her silence. Vivien had thought the check would be enough. But no, Dolly must have sent the letter after all, and in it, along with the photograph, she'd named Jimmy. The foolish, foolish girl. She'd imagined herself the inventor of a clever scheme. Dr. Rufus said she'd thought it was harmless, She'd been convinced that no one would get hurt, but she hadn't known with whom she was dealing. Henry, who got jealous if Vivien stopped to say good morning to the old man who sold newspapers on the street corner. Henry, who wouldn't allow her to make friends or have children for fear they'd take her time away from him. Henry, who had contacts in the ministry and could find out anything about anybody, who'd used her money to have others taken care of in the past. Vivien sat up gingerly, shooting stars of pain behind her eyeballs, inside her ear, and the crown of her head. She took a breath and pushed herself to standing, relieved to find she could still walk. She caught sight of her face in the mirror and stared. There was dried blood down one side, and her eye had started to swell. She turned her head gently to the other side, everything hurting as she did so. The tender spots were not yet purple. She would look worse tomorrow. The longer she spent on her feet, the better she was able to stand the pain. The bedroom door was locked, but Vivien had a secret key. She went slowly to the hidey hole behind her grandmother's portrait, struggled a moment to remember the combination, and then turned the dial. A hazy memory came of the day some weeks before her wedding, when Vivien's uncle had brought her to London to visit the family lawyers, and afterwards the house. The caretaker had pulled her aside when they were alone in the bedroom and pointed out the portrait, the safe behind. "A lady needs a place for her secrets," she'd whispered, and although Vivien hadn't liked the sly look on the old woman's face, she'd always craved a place of her own, and had remembered the advice. The safe door sprung open, and she retrieved the key she'd had cut last time. She took the photograph Jimmy had given her too. It was strange, but she felt better for having it near her. As carefully as she could, Vivien closed the door and hung the painting straight. She found the envelope on Henry's desk. He hadn't even bothered to hide it. It was addressed to Vivien, postmarked 2 days before, and had been sliced open. Henry always opened her post, and therein lay the terrible flaw in Dolly's great scheme. Vivien knew what the letter would say, but her heart still pounded as she skimmed its contents. All was as she'd expected, the letter written almost in a kindly tone. Vivien just thanked God the silly girl hadn't signed her name, that she'd written only "a friend" at the bottom. Tears threatened when Vivien looked at the photograph, but she forced them back. And when her memory tossed up tantalizing echoes of precious moments in Dr. Tomalin's attic, of Jimmy, of the way he'd made her feel as if she might just have a future to look forward to, she quashed them. She knew better than anyone that there was no going back. Vivien turned the envelope over, and she could have wept tears of despair. For there, Dolly had written, "A friend, 24 Rillington Place, Notting Hill." Vivien tried to run, but her head thumped and her thoughts swam, and she had to stop at each looming lamppost, steadying herself as she made her way through the navy-dark streets towards Notting Hill. She'd stayed in Camden Grove long enough only to rinse her face, hide the incriminating photograph, and scratch out a hurried letter. She dropped it in the first postbox she passed and continued on her way. There was a single thing left she had to do, a final act of penance before everything was set right. Once she'd realized that fact, everything else had come into glorious focus. Vivien shed desolation like an unwanted coat and stepped towards the shining lights. It was all so simple, really. She had brought about her family's death. She had brought about Jimmy's death. But now she was going to make sure Dolly Smitham was saved. Then, and only then, she would go to the Serpentine and make her pockets heavy with stones. Vivien could see the end, and it was beautiful. "Speed of light and limb," her father used to say, and although her head throbbed, although she had to clutch the railing sometimes to stop from falling, Vivien was a good runner, and she refused to stop. She imagined herself a wallaby, scooting through the bush, a dingo, slinking in the shadows, a lizard, sneaking in the dark. There were planes in the distance, and Vivien glanced at the black sky every so often, stumbling when she did. A part of her willed them to fly overhead, to drop their load if they dared. But not yet. Not yet. She still had work to do. Night had fallen when she reached Rillington Place, and Vivien hadn't brought a torch. She was struggling to find the right number when a door slammed shut behind her. She glimpsed a figure coming down the steps of the nearby house. Vivien called, "Excuse me?" "Yes," a woman's voice. "Please, can you help me? I'm looking for number 24. "You're in luck. It's right here. No room's free at the moment, I'm afraid, but there will be soon." The woman struck a match then, and brought it to her cigarette, so that Vivien saw her face. She couldn't believe her luck, and thought at first she must be seeing things. "Dolly?" she said, rushing towards the pretty woman in the white coat. "It is you, thank God. It's me, Dolly. It's—" "Vivien?" Dolly's voice was filled with surprise. "I thought I might have missed you, that I was too late." Dolly was immediately suspicious. "Too late for what? What is it?" "Nothing." Vivien laughed suddenly. Her head was spinning and she faltered. "That is, everything." Dolly drew on her cigarette. "Have you been drinking?" Something moved in the dark beyond. There were footsteps. Vivien whispered, "We have to talk. Quickly." "I can't. I was just—" "Dolly, please." Vivien glanced over her shoulder, terrified she'd see one of Henry's men coming towards her. "It's important." The other woman didn't answer at once, wary perhaps of this unexpected visit. Finally, grudgingly, she took Vivien's arm and said, "Come on, let's go back inside." Vivien breathed a tentative sigh of relief as the door shut behind them. She ignored the curious glance of an elderly woman in glasses and followed Dolly up the stairs, along a corridor that smelled of old food. The room at its end was small, dark, and stuffy. When they were inside, Dolly flicked the light switch and a bare bulb fired above them. "Sorry it's so hot in here," she said, taking off the heavy white fur she'd been wearing. She hung it on a hook on the back of the door. "No windows, more's the pity. Makes the blackout easier, but it's not so handy for ventilation. No chair either, I'm afraid." She turned and saw Vivien's face in the light. "My God, what happened to you?" "Nothing." Vivien had forgotten how ghastly she must look. "An accident on the way. I ran into a lamp-post. Stupid of me. Rushing, as usual." Dolly looked unconvinced, but she didn't press the subject, indicating instead that Vivien should sit on the bed. It was narrow and low, and the bedspread was marked with the general creeping stains of age and overuse. Vivien wasn't fussy, though. To sit was a welcome respite. She collapsed onto the thin mattress, just as the air raid siren began to wail. "Ignore it," she said quickly when Dolly moved to go. "Stay. This is more important." Dolly dragged nervously on her cigarette and then folded her arms defensively across her chest. Her voice tightened. "Is it the money? Do you need it back?" No, forget about the money." Vivien's thoughts had scattered, and she fought to gather them back, to find the clarity she needed. Everything had seemed so straightforward before, but now her head was heavy, her temples in agony, and the siren kept on with its caterwauling. Dolly said, "Jimmy and I—" "Yes," Vivien said quickly, and her mind suddenly cleared. "Yes, Jimmy." She stopped then, struggling to find the words she needed to say the terrible truth out loud. Dolly, watching her closely, began to shake her head, almost as if she'd guessed somehow what Vivien had come to tell her. The gesture gave Vivien courage, and she said, "Jimmy, Dolly," just as the siren stopped its cry. "He's gone." The word echoed in the room's new quiet. Gone. A hasty knock on the door, and a shout of, "Doll, are you in there? We're going down to the Andy." Dolly didn't answer. Her eyes searched Vivien's. She brought her cigarette to her mouth, smoking feverishly, fingers shaking. The person knocked again, but when there was still no response, ran along the corridor and down the stairs. A smile wavered, hopefully, uncertainly, on Dolly's face as she sank down next to Vivien. "You've got him mixed up. I saw him yesterday, and I'm seeing him again tonight. We're going together. He wouldn't have gone without me." She hadn't understood, and Vivien said nothing further for a moment, held captive by the well of deep sympathy that had opened up inside her. Of course Dolly didn't understand. The words would be like chips of ice, melting in the face of her hot disbelief. Vivien knew only too well what it was to receive such awful news, to learn from nowhere that one's most treasured loves were dead. But then a plane chugged overhead, a bomber, and Vivien knew there was no time to waste in pity, that she had to keep explaining, to make Dolly see she was telling the truth, to make her understand that she had to leave now if she wanted to save herself. "Henry," Vivien began, "my husband. I know he might not seem it, but he's a jealous man, a violent man. That's why I had to get you out of there that day, Dolly, when you brought back my locket. He doesn't let me have friends." There was a tremendous explosion somewhere not so far away, and a swishing sound went through the air above them. Vivien paused a second, every muscle in her body tensed and aching, and then she continued, faster now, more purposefully, sticking to the bare essentials. "He received the letter and photograph, and they humiliated him. You made him seem a cuckold, Dolly. So he sent his men to put things right. That's how he sees it. He sent his men to punish you and Jimmy both." Dolly's face had turned as white as chalk. She was in shock, that was clear, but Vivien knew she was listening because tears had begun to stream down her cheeks. Vivien continued, "I was supposed to meet Jimmy in a cafe today, but he didn't come. You know Jimmy, Dolly. He never would have stayed away, not when he said he'd be there. So I went home, and Henry was there, and he was angry, Dolly. So angry." Her hand went absently to her throbbing jaw. "He told me what had happened, that his men had killed Jimmy for getting close to me. I wasn't sure how he knew, but then I found your envelope. He opened it. He always opens my letters. And he saw us together in the photograph. It all went wrong. Do you see? Your plan all went terribly wrong." When Vivien mentioned the plan, Dolly clutched her arm. Her eyes were wild and her voice a whisper. "But I don't know how— the photograph, we agreed not to, that there wasn't any need. Not anymore." She met Vivien's eyes and shook her head frantically. "None of this was meant to happen. And no, Jimmy—" Vivien waved further explanation aside. Whether or not Dolly meant to send the photograph was neither here nor there as far as she was concerned. She hadn't come here to rub Dolly's nose in her own mistake. There was no time now for guilt. God willing, Dolly would have plenty of time to reproach herself later. "Listen to me," she said. "It is very important that you listen. They know where you live, and they will come after you." Tears slipped down Dolly's face. "It's my fault," she was saying. "It's all my fault." Vivien seized the other woman's thin hands. Dolly's grief was natural. It was raw, but it wasn't helpful. "Dolly, please. It's as much my fault as yours." She raised her voice to be heard over the bombers. "None of that matters now anyway. They're coming. They're probably on their way already. That's why I'm here." "But you need to leave London. You need to do it now, and you mustn't come back. They won't stop looking for you. Not ever." There came a blast, and the whole building shuddered. It was closer than the one before, and despite the room's lack of windows, an uncanny light flooded through every tiny pore in the building's skin. Dolly's eyes were wide with fear. The noise was relentless. The whistling as bombs fell, the blast when they landed, the anti-aircraft guns firing back. Vivien had to shout to be heard as she asked about Dolly's family, her friends, whether there was anywhere at all that she could safely go. But Dolly didn't answer. She shook her head and continued to cry helplessly, her palms pressed now to her face. Vivien remembered then what Jimmy had told her about Dolly's family. It had warmed her to the other woman at the time, knowing that she, too, had suffered such a crippling loss. The house rattled and shook, the plug just about leapt out of the horrid little sink, and Vivien felt her panic rise. "Think, Dolly," she implored at the same time as a deafening explosion. "You have to think." There were more planes now, fighters as well as bombers, and the guns were chattering fiercely. Vivien's head throbbed with the noise, and she imagined the bodies of the aircraft passing over the roof of the house. Even with the ceiling and the attic above, she could all but see their whale-like bellies. "Dolly!" she shouted. Dolly's eyes were closed. Despite the clamour of bombs and guns, the roar of the planes, for a moment her face brightened, seeming almost peaceful, and then she lifted her head with a start and said, "I applied for a job a few weeks ago. It was Jimmy who found it." She took a sheet of paper from the small table beside her bed and handed it to Vivien. Vivien scanned the letter, a job offer for Miss Dorothy Smitham at a boarding house called Sea Blue. "Yes," she said, "perfect. That's where you must go." "I don't want to go by myself. Dolly, we were supposed to go together. It wasn't meant to be like this. He was going to wait for me." And then she was crying again. Fleetingly, Vivien allowed herself to sink inside the other woman's pain. It was so tempting just to let herself collapse, to give up and let go, to be submerged. But it didn't do any good. She knew she had to be brave. Jimmy was already dead, and Dolly would be too if she didn't start listening. Henry would not waste too much time. His thugs would be on their way already. Gripped by urgency, she slapped the other woman's cheek, not hard, but sharply. It worked, for Dolly swallowed her next sob, holding her face and hiccuping. "Dorothy Smitham," said Vivien sternly, "you need to leave London, and you need to go quickly." Dolly was shaking her head. "I don't think I can." "I know you can. You're a survivor." "But, Jimmy..." "That's enough." She took Dolly by the chin and forced her gaze. "You loved Jimmy, I know that." "I loved him too." "And he loved you." My God, I know that, but you have to listen to me. Dolly gulped and nodded tearfully. Go to the railway station tonight and buy yourself a ticket. You're to... The light bulb flickered as another bomb landed close with a thundering crump. Dolly's eyes widened, but Vivien stayed calm, refusing to let her go. Get on that train and ride it all the way to the very end of the line. Don't look back. Take the job, move again, live a good life. Dolly's eyes had changed as Vivien was speaking. They'd focused, and Vivien could tell that she was listening now, that she was hearing each and every word, and more than that, she was starting to understand. You have to go. Seize this second chance, Dolly. Think of it as an opportunity. After everything you've been through, after everything you've lost. I will, Dolly said quickly. I'll do it. She got up and pulled a small suitcase from beneath her bed, began filling it with clothing. Vivien was so tired now. Her own eyes had begun to water with utter exhaustion. She was ready for it all to end. She'd been ready for a long, long time. Outside, planes were everywhere. The ack-acks were firing and spotlights sliced through the night sky. Bombs fell and the earth trembled so they could feel it through the foundations under their feet. What about you? Said Dolly, sealing her case and standing up. She held out her hand to take back the boarding house letter. Vivien smiled. Her face ached and she was bone-tired. She felt herself sinking under the water towards the lights. Don't worry about me. I'm going to be fine. I'm going home. As she said it, an enormous explosion sounded, and light was everywhere. Everything seemed to slow down. Dolly's face lit up, her features frozen in shock. Vivien glanced upwards. As the bomb fell through the roof of 24 Rillington Place, and the roof fell through the ceiling, and the bulb in Dolly's room shattered into a million tiny shards, Vivien closed her eyes and rejoiced. Her prayers had been answered at last. There would be no need for the Serpentine tonight. She saw the twinkling lights in the darkness, the bottom of the creek, the tunnel to the middle of the world. And she was in and swimming. Deeper and deeper, and the veil was right before her, and Pippin was there, waving, and she could see them all. They could see her, too, and Vivien Longmire smiled. After such a long, long time, she'd reached the end. She'd done what she had to do. Finally, she was going home. Chapter 31. London, 2011. Laurel had come to Camden Grove first thing. She wasn't sure why exactly, only she'd had a conviction it was what she must do. In her heart of hearts, she supposed she'd hoped to knock on the door and find the person who'd sent Ma the thank you card still living inside. It had seemed logical at the time. Now, though, standing in the foyer of number 7, an apartment block of short-term holiday lets these days, breathing in the scent of lemon deodorizer and weary travellers, she felt rather foolish. The woman working in the small, cluttered reception area looked up from behind her telephone again to ask if she was still all right, and Laurel assured her that she was. She went back to eyeing the dirty carpet and tying her thoughts in knots. Laurel wasn't remotely all right. In fact, she was exceedingly dismayed. She'd felt so exhilarated the night before when Ma told her about Henry Jenkins, about the kind of man he'd been. Everything had made sense, and she'd felt sure they'd reached the end, that finally she understood what had happened that day. Then she'd noticed the cancellation mark on the stamp, and her heart had turned a cartwheel. She'd been sure it was important. More than that, the discovery had felt personal, as if she, Laurel, was the only person who could unravel this final knot. But now here she was, standing in the middle of 3-star accommodation, at the end of a wild goose chase, with nowhere to look, nothing to look for, and no one to speak to who'd lived there during the war. What did the card mean? Who'd sent it? Did any of it really matter? Laurel was beginning to think it did not. She waved at the receptionist, who mouthed bye-bye over the phone receiver, and then Laurel went outside. She lit a cigarette and smoked it tetchily. She was fetching Daphne from Heathrow later. At least the journey wouldn't be a complete loss. She glanced at her watch. Still a couple of hours to kill. It was lovely and warm. The sky was blue and clear, scarred only by the perfect jet streams of people going places. Laurel figured she ought just to pick up a sandwich and walk in the park by the Serpentine. As she drew on her cigarette, she remembered the last time she'd come to Camden Grove, the day she'd stood outside number 25 and seen the little boy. Laurel eyed the house now. Vivien and Henry's house, the site of his secret abuse, the place in which Vivien had endured. In a funny way, with all she'd read in Katie Ellis's journals, Laurel knew more of life in that house than she did of the one behind her. She finished her cigarette, considering, and bent to drop the butt into the ashtray by the apartment entrance. By the time she'd straightened, Laurel was decided. She knocked on the door to 25 Camden Grove and waited. The Halloween decorations were gone from the window, and there were painted cutouts of children's hands, at least 4 different sizes, hanging in their place. That was nice. It was nice that a family lived there now, that ugly memories from the past were being written over by new ones. She could hear noises inside. Someone was definitely home, but no one had come to the door, so she knocked again. She turned around on the tiled landing and looked across the street to number 7, trying to picture her mother as a young woman, a lady's maid, climbing those stairs. The door opened behind her, and the pretty woman Laurel had seen the last time she came was standing there, a baby slung over one shoulder. "Oh, my God," she said, blinking her wide blue eyes. "It's you." Laurel was used to being recognized, but there was something different in the way this woman said it. She smiled, and the woman blushed, wiping her hand on her blue jeans and then holding it out to Laurel. "I'm so sorry," she said. "Where are my manners? I'm Karen, and this is Humphrey." She patted the child's padded bottom, and a mop of blonde curls shifted slightly on her shoulder, one sky-blue eye regarding Laurel shyly. "And of course I know who you are. It's such a huge honor to meet you, Miss Nicholson." "Laurel, please." "Laurel." Karen bit down gently on her bottom lip, a nervous, pleased gesture, and then she shook her head in a disbelieving way. "Julian mentioned seeing you, but I thought... sometimes he..." She smiled. "Never mind. You're here. My husband is going to be beside himself when he meets you." "Your daddy's lady." Laurel had an unshakable sense that there was more going on than she knew. "You know, he didn't even tell me you were coming." Laurel didn't mention that she hadn't called ahead. She still didn't know how she'd explain why she'd come. She smiled instead. "Come in, please. I'll just call Marty down from the attic." Laurel followed Karen into the cluttered entrance hall, around the lunar module pram, through a sea of balls and kites and mismatched tiny shoes, and into a warm, bright sitting room. There were white bookcases from floor to ceiling, books lying every which way, children's paintings on the wall beside family photographs of happy, smiling people. Laurel almost tripped over a small body on the floor. It was the boy she'd seen last time, now lying on his back with his knees bent. He had one arm in the air above him, animating a Lego plane, and was making low engine noises, lost completely in the veracity of his plane's flight. "Julian," his mother said, "Juju, run upstairs, little love, and tell Daddy we have a visitor." The boy looked up then, blinking back to reality. He saw Laurel, and the light of recognition appeared in his eyes. Without a word, without so much as a faltering pause in the engine noise he was making, he set his plane on a new course, scrambled to his feet, and followed it up the carpeted stairs. Karen insisted on putting the kettle on to boil, and so Laurel sat on a comfortable sofa with felt pen marks on its red and white gingham cover, and smiled at the baby, who was sitting now on a floor rug, kicking a rattle with his fat little foot. A hurried creaking came from the stairs, and a tall man, handsome in a dishevelled sort of way with his longish brown hair and black-rimmed glasses, appeared in the sitting-room doorway. His pilot's son followed him into the room. The man held out a large hand and grinned when he saw Laurel, shaking his head wonderingly, as if she might just be an apparition materialized in his home. "My goodness!" he said, as their palms touched, and she proved herself to be flesh and blood. "I thought Julian might have been pulling my leg, but here you are." "Here I am." "I'm Morton," he said. "Call me Marty. And you'll have to forgive my incredulity, only I teach theatre studies at Queen Mary College, you see, and I wrote my doctoral thesis on you." "You did? You're Daddy's lady." Well, that explained it. "Contemporary interpretations of Shakespeare's tragedies. It was a lot less dry than it sounds." "I imagine it was." "And now, here you are." He smiled and then frowned slightly and then smiled again. He laughed, a lovely sound. "Sorry, this is just such an extraordinary coincidence." "Did you tell Ms. Nicholson, Laurel—" Karen flushed as she re-entered the room. "About Gramps?" She slid a tray of tea things onto the coffee table, cutting a swathe through a forest of children's craft materials, and sat beside her husband on the sofa. Without so much as a sideways glance, she handed a biscuit to a little girl with brown ringlets who'd sensed the arrival of sweets and appeared from nowhere. "My grandfather," Marty explained. "He's the one who got me hooked on your work. I'm a fan, but he was religious. He never missed a single one of your plays." Laurel smiled, pleased and trying not to seem it. She was charmed by this family and their delightful scruffy home. Surely he must have missed one. "Never." "Tell Laurel about his foot," said Karen, rubbing gently at her husband's arm. Marty laughed. "He broke his foot one year and made them release him from hospital early so he could see you in As You Like It. He used to take me with him when I was still small enough to need 3 cushions just to see over the seat in front of me." "He sounds like a man of splendid taste." Laurel was flirting, not just with Marty, but with all of them. She felt rather appreciated. It was a good thing Iris wasn't there to witness it. "He was," Marty said with a smile. "I loved him dearly. We lost him 10 years ago, but not a day goes by that I don't miss him." He pushed his black frames higher on his nose and said, "Oh, but enough about us. Forgive me. I blame the surprise of seeing you. We haven't even asked yet why you've come to see us. Presumably it wasn't to hear about Gramps." "It's rather a long story, actually," Laurel said, taking the cup of tea she was offered, stirring in some milk. "I've been researching my family history, in particular my mother's side, and it turns out she was once—" Laurel hesitated. "Friendly with the people who lived in this house." When would that have been? Do you know? The late 1930s and the early years of the war. A nerve pulled at Marty's eyebrow. How extraordinary! What was your mother's friend's name? Karen asked. Vivien, said Laurel. Vivien Jenkins. Marty and Karen exchanged a glance, and Laurel looked between them. She said, Did I say something odd? No, not odd, only... Marty smiled at his hands as he collected his thoughts. We know that name rather well here. You do? Laurel's heart had begun to thump rather loudly. They were Vivien's descendants. Of course they were. A child Laurel hadn't learned about. A nephew. It's rather a peculiar story, actually. One of those that's entered family legend. Laurel nodded eagerly, willing him to continue as she took a sip of tea. My great-grandfather, Bertie, inherited this house, you see, during the Second World War. He was unwell, the story goes, and very poor. He'd worked all his life, but times were tough. There was a war on, after all. And he was living in a tiny flat near Stepney, being looked after by an old neighbour, when one day, out of the blue, he received a visit from a fancy lawyer who told him he'd been left this place. I don't understand, Laurel said. Neither did he, said Marty, but the lawyer was quite clear on the matter. A woman named Vivien Jenkins, whom my great-grandfather had never heard of, had made him the sole beneficiary of her will. He didn't know her? Never heard of her. But that's so strange. I agree. And he didn't want to come here at first. He suffered with dementia. He didn't like change. You can imagine how much of a shock it was. So he stayed where he was, and the house sat empty until his son, my grandfather, came back from the war and was able to convince the old man that it wasn't a trick. Your grandfather had known Vivien then? He had, but he never talked about her. He was pretty open, my Gramps, but there were a couple of subjects on which he'd never be drawn. She was one of them. The other was the war. I believe that's not uncommon, Laurel said. All the horrors those poor men saw. Yes. His face fell into a sad frown, but it was more than that for Gramps. Oh? He was drafted into service from prison. Oh, I see. He was rather spare with the details, but I did some checking. Marty looked a little sheepish and lowered his voice as he continued. I found the police records and learned that one night in 1941, Gramps was fished out of the Thames, badly beaten. By whom? I'm not sure, but it was while he was in hospital that the police came round. They had it in their heads he'd been involved in some sort of blackmail attempt and took him in for questioning. A misunderstanding, he always swore, and if you knew my Gramps, you'd know he didn't lie. But the coppers didn't believe him. According to the records, he was carrying a large cheque made out to cash when they found him, but he wouldn't say how he came by it. He was thrown into prison. He couldn't afford a lawyer, of course, and in the end the police didn't have enough evidence, so they joined him up. It's funny, but he used to say they saved his life. Saved his life? How? I don't know. I could never work that out. Maybe it was a joke. He joked around a lot, my Gramps. They sent him to France in 1942. He hadn't been in the army before that. No, but he saw action. He was at Dunkirk, in fact, only he didn't carry a gun. He took a camera. He was a war photographer. Come and see some of his photographs. My God, Laurel said, realizing as she studied the black and white photographs that covered the wall, "Your grandfather was James Metcalfe." Marty smiled proudly. "None other." He straightened a photo frame. "I recognize these. I saw an exhibition at the V&A about a decade ago." "That was just after he died." "His work is incredible. You know, my mother had one of his prints on the wall when I was a girl. Just a small one. She still does, for that matter. She used to say it helped her to remember her family, what happened to them. They were killed in the Coventry Blitz." "I'm sorry about that," Marty said. "Terrible. Impossible to imagine." "Your grandfather's photographs go some of the way to helping with that." Laurel looked at each photograph in turn. They really were exceptional. People who'd been bombed out of their houses, soldiers on the battlefield. There was one of a little girl in a strange outfit, tap shoes and oversized bloomers. "I like this one," she said. "That's my Aunt Nella," Marty said, smiling. "Well, we called her that, though she wasn't really a relation. She was a war orphan. That photo was taken on the night her family was killed. Gramps stayed in touch with her, and when he got back from the war, he tracked her down with her foster family. They remained friends for the rest of his life." "That's lovely." "He was like that, very loyal. You know, before he married my grandmother, he went to look up an old flame, just to make sure she was doing all right. Nothing would have stopped him marrying my gran, of course. They were very much in love. But he said it was something he had to do. They were separated during the war, and he'd only seen her once since he got back, and then from a distance. She'd been on the beach with her new husband, and he hadn't wanted to interrupt them." Laurel was listening and nodding when suddenly the pieces kaleidoscoped into order. Vivien Jenkins had left the house to the family of James Metcalfe. James Metcalfe, with his old and unwell father. Why, it was Jimmy, wasn't it? It had to be. Ma's Jimmy, and the man Vivien had fallen in love with, against whom Katie had warned her, fearful of what Henry might do if he found out. Which meant Ma was the woman Jimmy had tracked down before he got married. Laurel felt faint, and not just because it was her mother Marty was talking about. There was something tugging at her very own memories. "What is it?" said Karen, concerned. "You look as if you've seen a ghost." I just, Laurel stammered. I have an idea what might have happened to your grandfather, Marty. I think I know why he was beaten, who it was that left him for dead." "You do?" She nodded, wondering where to start. There was so much to tell. "Come back to the sitting room," Karen said. "I'll put the kettle on again." She shivered, excited. "Oh, it's silly of me, I know, but doesn't it feel wonderful to solve a mystery?" They were turning to leave the room when Laurel saw a photograph that made her gasp. "She's beautiful, isn't she?" Marty said, smiling as he noticed the direction of her gaze. Laurel nodded, and it was on the tip of her tongue to say, "That's my mother," when Marty said instead, "That's her. That's Vivien Jenkins, the woman who left Bertie this house." Chapter 32. The End of the Line, May 1941. Vivien walked the last part of the journey. The train had been crammed with soldiers and tired-looking Londoners, standing room only, but she'd been offered a seat. There were advantages, she realized, to looking as if one had just been plucked from a bomb blast site. There'd been a young boy sitting on the seat opposite, a suitcase on his lap and a jar clutched tightly in his hand. It had contained, of all things, a small red goldfish, and every time the train slowed or sped up or lurched into the sidings to wait out an alert, the water sloshed against the glass, and he held it up to check his fish wasn't panicked. Did fish panic? Vivien was sure they didn't, though the idea of being trapped inside a glass jar made something inside her contract so tightly it was hard to breathe. When he wasn't peering at his fish, the boy watched Vivien, his large, sombre blue eyes taking in her injuries, her thick white coat, even though it was the end of spring. She smiled slightly when their eyes met, about an hour into the journey, and he did the same, but only briefly. She wondered, among the other thoughts that flooded her mind and fought for attention, who the boy was, and why he was travelling all by himself in the midst of a war. But she didn't ask. She was far too nervous to speak to anyone, for fear of giving herself away. There was a bus that ran into the town every half hour. When they drew near the station, she'd heard a couple of elderly women discussing its surprising reliability. But Vivien decided to walk. She couldn't shake off the feeling that only by keeping on moving could she stay safe. A motor car slowed behind her, and every nerve in Vivien's body tensed. She wondered if she'd ever stop being frightened. Not until Henry was dead, she knew, for only then would she truly be free. The driver of the car was a man with a uniform she didn't recognize. She imagined how she must appear to him, a woman in a winter coat with a bruised and sorry face and a small suitcase, walking into town alone. "Good afternoon," he said. Without turning her head, she nodded a reply. It had been almost 24 hours, she realized, since she'd spoken aloud. It was superstitious nonsense, but she couldn't shake the sense that once she opened her mouth, the game would be up, that Henry would hear somehow, or one of his cronies would, and then he'd come to find her. "Heading into town?" said the man in the car. She nodded again, but she knew she was going to have to answer at some point, if only to satisfy him she wasn't a German spy. The last thing she needed was to be hauled into the local police station by some jumped-up civil defense warden keen to uncover the invasion. "I can give you a lift, if you like," he said. "The name's Richard Hargraves." "No." Her voice was husky from lack of use. "Thank you, but I enjoy the walk." It was his turn to nod. He glanced through the windscreen in the direction he was heading before turning back to Vivien. "Are you visiting someone in town?" "I'm starting a new job," she said, "at Sea Blue Boarding House." "Ah, Mrs. Nicholson's place. Well then, I'll see you around town, I'm sure, Miss... "Smitham," she said. "Dorothy Smitham." "Miss Smitham," he repeated with a smile. "Lovely." And then he gave her a small wave of his hand and continued on his way. Dorothy watched until his car disappeared over the crest of the grassy hill, and then she cried tears of relief. She'd spoken, and nothing terrible had happened. A whole conversation with a stranger, the giving of a new name, and the sky hadn't fallen in, the earth hadn't opened and swallowed her. Taking a deep, cautious breath, she let herself entertain the smallest sliver of hope that perhaps it really was going to be all right, that she was to be allowed this second chance. The air smelled of salt and the sea, and a group of gulls circled in the distant sky. Dorothy Smitham picked up her suitcase and kept on moving forwards. In the end, It was the poor-sighted old woman at Rillington Place who'd given her the idea. When Vivien opened her eyes in the middle of the dust-filled bomb site and realized she was still, unfathomably alive, she'd started to weep. There were sirens and the voices of brave, kind men and women arriving at the site to put out fires and patch up wounds and take away the dead. Why, she wondered, couldn't she be one of them? Why couldn't life just have let her go? She wasn't even badly injured. Vivien was practiced at assessing the severity of her wounds. Something had fallen across her, a door, she thought. But there was a gap, and she was able to work herself free. She sat, dizzy in the dark. It was cold, freezing cold now, and she was shivering. She didn't know the room well, but she felt something furry beneath her hand. A coat, and pulled it free from where it had been pinned by the door. She found a torch in the coat pocket, and when she pointed its fine beam, she saw that Dolly was dead. More than dead. She'd been crushed by bricks and ceiling plaster and a large metal chest that had fallen from the attic above. Vivien was sick, with shock and pain and the churning disappointment of having failed at her task. She clambered to her feet. The ceiling had gone, and she could see stars in the sky. She was gazing at them, swaying unsteadily, wondering how long it would take Henry to find her, when she heard the old woman call, "Miss Smitham! Miss Smitham is alive!" Vivien turned towards the voice, dazed because she knew Dolly was most certainly not alive. She was about to say so, pointing her arm aimlessly in Dolly's direction, but she couldn't find any words inside her throat. Just a hoarse, airy sound, and the old woman was still shouting that Miss Smitham was alive and pointing at Vivien, and that was when she realized the landlady's mistake. It was an opportunity. Vivien's head hammered and her thoughts were clouded, but she saw at once she'd been given a chance. In fact, within the startling aftermath of a direct bomb strike, the whole thing seemed remarkably simple. The new identity, the new life, was as easily acquired as the coat she'd slipped on in the dark. No one would be harmed. There was no one left to be harmed. Jimmy was gone. She'd done what she could for Mr. Metcalfe. Dolly Smitham had no family, and there was no one to mourn Vivien. And so she took the chance. She pulled off her wedding ring and crouched in the dark, pushing it onto Dolly's finger. There was noise everywhere, people shouting, ambulances coming and going, rubble still heaving and settling in the smoking dark. But Vivien heard only her own heart pounding, not with fear, but with determination. The offer of employment was still clenched in Dolly's other hand, and Vivien steadied her nerves, taking Mrs. Nicholson's letter for herself and slipping it inside the pocket of the white coat. There were other things in there already, a small hard object, and a book, she could tell when her fingers brushed against it, but she didn't look to see which one. "Miss Smitham?" A man wearing a helmet had leaned his ladder against the edge of the broken floor and climbed so his face was level with where she was standing. "Don't worry, miss. We're going to get you down from here. Everything's going to be all right." Vivien looked at him, and for once she wondered if it might be true. "My friend," she said in a hoarse voice, using her torch to indicate the body on the floor. "Is she—" The man glanced at Dolly, her head crushed beneath the metal chest, her limbs splayed in directions that made no sense. "Bloody hell," he said. "I should say she is. Can you tell me her name? Is there anyone we ought to call?" Vivien nodded. "Her name is Vivien. Vivien Jenkins. and she has a husband who ought to know she won't be coming home. Dorothy Smitham spent the rest of the war years making beds and cleaning up after Mrs. Nicholson's boarding house guests. She kept her head down. She tried not to do anything that might bring undue attention. She never accepted invitations to dances. She polished and laundered and swept. And at night, when she closed her eyes to go to sleep, she tried not to see Henry's eyes, staring at her in the dark. By day, she kept her own eyes peeled. At first, she saw him everywhere, the familiar strutting walk of a man coming down the jetty, a set of ripe, brutish features on a passing stranger, a raised voice in the crowd that made her skin creep. Over time, she saw him less, and she was glad. But she never stopped watching, because Dorothy knew that someday he would find her. It was only a matter of when and where, and she intended to be ready for him. She sent only one postcard. When she'd been at Sea Blue boarding house 6 months or so, she picked the prettiest picture she could find. A great big passenger ship, the sort people boarded to travel from one side of the world to the other. And she wrote on the back, "The weather's glorious here. Everybody well. Please destroy upon receipt." And addressed it to her dear friend, her only friend, Miss Katie Ellis of Yorkshire. Life gained a rhythm. Mrs. Nicholson ran a tight ship, which suited Dorothy fine. There was something deeply therapeutic in being held to military standards of housekeeping excellence, and she was freed from her dark memories by the pressing need to buff as much oil as possible. "Without wasting it, Dorothy? There's a war on, didn't you know?" into the stair rails. And then one July day in 1944, a month or so after the D-Day landings, she came home from the grocery store to find a man in uniform sitting at the kitchen table. He was older, of course, and a little the worse for wear, but she recognized him instantly from the eager, boyish photograph his mother kept enshrined on her mantelpiece in the dining room. Dorothy had polished the glass many times before, and knew his earnest eyes, the angles of his cheekbones, the dimple in his chin so well. She blushed when she saw him sitting there, just as surely as if she'd been peeking through his keyhole all these years. "You're Stephen," she said. "I am." He leapt up to help her with the paper bag of groceries. "I'm Dorothy Smitham. I work for your mother. Does she know you're here?" "No," he said. "The side door was open, so I let myself in." "She's upstairs. I'll just go." "No." He'd spoken quickly, and his face crinkled into an embarrassed smile. "That is, it's kind of you, Miss Smitham, and I don't want to give you the wrong idea. I love my mother. She gave me life. But if it's all right by you, I'm just going to sit a few moments and enjoy the peace and quiet before my real military service begins." Dorothy laughed then, and the sensation took her by surprise. She realized it was the first time she'd laughed since she arrived from London. Many years later, when their children asked for the story, again, of how they fell in love, Stephen and Dorothy Nicholson would tell them about the night they stole along the broken pier to dance at its very end. Stephen had brought his old gramophone, and they'd put it on, dodging holes in the boards to the strains of "By the Light of the Silvery Moon." Later, Dorothy had slipped and fallen when she was trying to balance her way along the railing. Pause for parental instruction. You must never try to balance on high railings, darlings. And Stephen hadn't even taken off his shoes. he dived straight over the edge and fished her right back out. "And that's how I caught your mother," Stephen would say, which always made the children laugh with the image it conjured of Mummy at the end of a fishing line. And the pair had sat on the sand afterwards, because it was summer and the night was warm, and they'd eaten cockles out of a paper cup and talked for hours until the sun broke pink across the horizon, and they strolled back to sea blue and knew, without either saying another word, they were in love. It was one of the children's favourite stories, the picture it painted of their parents walking along the pier in saturated clothing, their mother as a free spirit, their father as a hero. But in her own heart, Dorothy knew it was, in part, a fiction. She'd loved her husband long before that. She fell for him that first day in the kitchen, when he'd made her laugh. The list of Stephen's attributes, had she ever been called upon to write it, would have been long. He was brave and protective. He was funny. He was patient with his mother, even though she was the sort of woman whose most amiable chatter contained acid enough to strip paint from the walls. He had strong hands, and he did clever things with them. He could fix just about anything, and he could draw, though not as well as he'd have liked. He was handsome, and had a way of looking at her that made Dorothy's skin heat with desire. He was a dreamer, but not so that he lost himself inside his fancies. He loved music and played the clarinet, jazz songs that Dorothy adored, but which drove his mother wild. Sometimes, while Dorothy sat cross-legged in the window seat in his room watching him play, Mrs. Nicolson would take up her broom downstairs and hammer the end of it against the ceiling, which made Stephen play louder and jazzier, and made Dorothy laugh so hard she had to clap both hands across her mouth. He made her feel safe. At the top of her list, though, the thing she valued high above the rest, was his strength of character. Stephen Nicolson had the courage of his convictions. He would never let his lover bend his will, and Dorothy liked that. There was a danger, she thought, in the sort of loving that made people act against type. He also had a great respect for secrets. "You don't talk much about your past," he'd said to her one night as they sat together on the sand. "No." A silence stretched between them in the shape of a question mark, but she didn't say more. "Why not?" She sighed, but it caught the night sea breeze and drifted away silently. She knew his mother had been whispering in his ear terrible lies about her past, aimed to convince him that he ought to wait a while, see other women, think about settling down with a nice local girl instead, someone who didn't have London ways about her. She knew, too, that Stephen had told his mother that he liked mysteries, that life was rather dull if you knew all there was to know about a person before you'd cross the street to say hello. Dorothy said, "For the same reason, I suspect, that you don't talk much about the war." He took her hand and kissed it. "Makes sense to me." She knew she'd tell him all about it one day, but she had to be careful. Stephen was the sort of man who'd want to march right up to London and take care of Henry himself. And Dorothy wasn't about to lose anyone else she loved to Henry Jenkins. "You're a good man, Stephen Nicolson." He was shaking his head. She could feel his forehead shifting against hers. "No," he insisted, "just a man." Dorothy didn't argue, but she took his hand in hers and leaned her cheek gently on his shoulder in the dark. She'd known men before, good men and bad, and Stephen Nicolson was a good man. The best of men. He reminded her of someone else she used to know. Dorothy thought about Jimmy, of course, in the same way she continued to think of her brothers and sister, her mother and father. He'd taken up residence with them in that weatherboard house in the subtropics, welcomed by the Longmires of her mind. It wasn't difficult to imagine him there, beyond the veil. He'd always reminded her of the men in her family. His friendship had been a light in the dark. It had given her hope, and maybe, if they'd had the chance to know one another longer and better, it would have deepened into the sort of love that was written about in books, the sort of love she'd found with Stephen. But Jimmy belonged to Vivien, and Vivien was dead. Just once she thought she saw him. It was a few days after her wedding, and she and Stephen were walking hand in hand along the water's edge when he leaned to kiss her neck. She laughed and wriggled free, skipping ahead before glancing over her shoulder to call something teasing back to him. And that's when she noticed a figure on the strand, way in the distance, watching them. Her breath caught in recognition as Stephen reached her and swept her off her feet. But it was just her mind playing tricks on her, for when she turned around to look again, he was gone. Chapter 33. Greenacres, 2011. Their mother had requested the song, and she wanted to listen to it in the sitting room. Laurel offered to bring a CD player into the bedroom so she didn't have to move, but the suggestion was quickly dismissed, and Laurel knew better than to argue. Not with Ma. Not this morning, when she had that otherworldly look in her eyes. She'd been like it for 2 days now, ever since Laurel got back from Camden Grove and told her mother what she'd found. The long, slow drive from London, even with Daphne talking about Daphne the whole way, had done nothing to diminish Laurel's exhilaration, and she'd gone in to sit with her mother as soon as they could be alone. They'd spoken, finally, of everything that had happened, of Jimmy and Dolly and Vivien, and the Longmire family in Australia too. Her mother told Laurel of the guilt she'd always harboured about having gone to see Dolly on the night of the bombing and urging her back inside the house. She wouldn't have died there if not for me. She was on her way out when I arrived. Laurel reminded her mother that she'd been trying to save Dolly's life, that she'd been delivering a warning, and she couldn't possibly blame herself for the random landing places of German bombs. Ma had asked Laurel to bring in Jimmy's photograph. Not a print at all, but the original. One of the few vestiges of the past she hadn't locked away. Sitting there beside her mother, Laurel had looked at it afresh. The dawn light after a raid, the broken glass in the foreground shining like little lights, the group of people emerging from their shelter in the background, through the smoke. It was a gift, Ma said softly. It meant such a lot when he gave it to me. I couldn't have borne to part with it. They'd both wept as they talked, and Laurel had wondered at times, as her mother found a reserve of energy and managed to speak, haltingly but with intent, about the things she'd seen and felt, if the strain of old memories, some of them desperately painful, would prove too much. But whether it was gladness at hearing Laurel's news of Jimmy and his family, or relief at finally having let go of her secrets, she seemed to have rallied. The nurse warned them that it wouldn't last, that they weren't to be misled, and that the decline, when it came, would be swift. But she smiled, too, and told them to enjoy their mother while they could. And they did. They surrounded her with love and noise and all the happy, fractious crush of family life that Dorothy Nicholson had always loved best. Now, While Jerry carried Ma to the sofa, Laurel thumbed through the vinyls in the rack, looking for the right album. She went quickly, but paused a moment when she reached Chris Barber's jazz band, a smile settling on her face. The record had belonged to her father. Laurel could still remember the day he'd brought it home. He'd got out his own clarinet and played along with Monty Sunshine's solo for hours, standing right there in the middle of the rug, pausing every so often to shake his head in wonder at the sheer virtuosity of Monty's skill. All through dinner that night, he'd kept to himself, the noise of his daughters washing over him as he sat at the head of the table, with a glow of perfect satisfaction lighting his face. Infused by the memory's lovely emotion, Laurel pushed Monty Sunshine aside and continued flipping through the records until she found what she was after. Ray Noble and Snooky Lanson's By the Light of the Silvery Moon. She looked back to where Jerry was settling their mother, pulling the light rug so gently to cover her frail body, and she waited, thinking what a boon it was to have had him back at Greenacres these past days. He was the only one in whom she'd confided the truth of the past. They'd sat up together the night before, drinking red wine in the treehouse and listening to a London rockabilly station Jerry found on the internet, and talking nonsense about first love and old age and everything in between. When they spoke of their mother's secret, Jerry said he didn't see there was any reason to tell the others. "We were there that day, lol. It's a part of our history. Rose, Daphne, and Iris." He'd shrugged then and had a sip of wine. "Well, it might just upset them. And for what?" Laurel wasn't so sure. Certainly there were easier stories to tell. It was a lot to cope with, especially for someone like Rose. But at the same time, Laurel had been thinking a lot lately about secrets, about how difficult they were to keep, and the habit they had of lurking quietly beneath the surface before sneaking all of a sudden through a crack in their keeper's resolve. She supposed she'd just have to wait a while and see how things turned out. Jerry glanced up at her now and smiled, nodding from where he'd perched near Ma's head that she should start the song. Laurel slid the record out of its paper sheath and put it on the player, setting the needle on the outer rim. The swell of the piano opening filled the room's silent pockets, and Laurel sat back on the other end of the sofa, laying her hand on her mother's feet and closing her eyes. Suddenly, she was 9 years old again. It was 1954 and a summer's night. Laurel was wearing a nightie with short sleeves, and the window above her bed was open in the hopes of luring in the night's cool breeze. Her head was on the pillow, long straight hair splayed out behind her like a fan, and her feet were resting on the sill. Mummy and Daddy had friends over for dinner, and Laurel had been lying in the dark like that for hours, listening to the gentle tides of conversation and laughter that rose sometimes over the mumbled sighs of her sleeping sisters. Periodically, the scent of tobacco smoke drifted up the stairs and through the open door. Glasses chinked together in the dining room, and Laurel basked in the knowledge that the adult world was warm and light and spinning still beyond her bedroom walls. After a time, there came the sound of chairs scraping back beneath the table and footsteps in the hall, and Laurel could imagine the men shaking hands and the women kissing one another's cheeks as they said goodbye and, "Oh, what a lovely night," and made promises to do it all again. Car doors clunked, engines purred down the moonlit driveway, and finally, silence and stillness returned to Greenacres. Laurel waited for her parents' footsteps on the stairs as they went to bed. But they didn't come, and she teetered on the rim of sleep, unable quite to release herself and fall. And then, through the floorboards, a woman's laugh, cool and quenching, like a drink of water when you're thirsty. and Laurel was wide awake. She sat up and listened as there came more laughter. Daddy's this time, followed quickly by the sound of something heavy being moved. Laurel wasn't supposed to get up this late at night, not unless she was ill or needed to use the toilet or woken by a bad dream. But she couldn't just close her eyes and go to sleep. Not now. Something was happening downstairs, and she needed to know what it was. Curiosity might have killed the cat, but little girls usually fared much better. She slid out of bed and tiptoed along the carpeted corridor, nightie fluttering against her bare knees. Quiet as a mouse, she sneaked down the stairs, pausing on the landing when she heard music. Faint strains coming from behind the sitting-room door. Laurel hurried the rest of the way down and knelt as carefully as she could, pressing first one hand and then her eye hard against the door. She blinked against the keyhole and then drew breath. Daddy's armchair had been moved back into the corner, leaving a large clear space in the centre of the room, and he and Mummy were standing together on the rug, their bodies clasped together in an embrace. Daddy's hand was large and firm against Mummy's back, and his cheek rested against hers as they swayed in time to the music. His eyes were closed, and the look on his face made Laurel swallow, and her cheeks heat. It was almost as if he were in pain, and yet somehow the opposite of that, too. He was Daddy, and yet he wasn't. And to see him that way made Laurel feel uncertain and even a little envious, which she couldn't understand at all. The music kicked into a faster rhythm and her parents' bodies drew apart as Laurel watched. They were dancing, really dancing, like something from a film, with clasped hands and shuffling shoes, and Mummy spinning round and round beneath Daddy's arm. Mummy's cheeks were pink, and her curls fell looser than usual. The strap of her oyster-coloured dress had slipped a little from one shoulder, and 9-year-old Laurel knew that if she lived to be 100, she'd never see anyone more beautiful. Lol. Laurel opened her eyes. The song had ended, and the record was turning by itself on the table. Jerry was standing over their mother, who drifted off to sleep, stroking her hair lightly. "Lol," he said again, and there was something in his voice, an urgency that brought her attention to him. "What is it?" He was looking intently at Mummy's face, and Laurel followed his gaze. When she did, she knew. Dorothy wasn't sleeping. She'd gone. Laurel was sitting on the swing seat beneath the tree, rocking it slowly with her foot. The Nicholsons had spent most of the morning discussing funeral arrangements with the local minister, and Laurel was now polishing the locket her mother had always worn. They'd decided, unanimously, to bury it with Ma. She'd never been one for material possessions, but had valued the locket especially, refusing ever to take it off. "It holds my dearest treasures," she used to say whenever it was mentioned, opening it to show the photographs of her children inside. As a girl, Laurel had loved the way the tiny hinges worked, and the pleasing click of the clasp when it caught. She opened it and closed it, looking at the smiling young faces of her sisters and brother and herself, pictures she'd seen 100 times before. And as she did, she noticed that one of the pieces of oval glass had a chip in its side. Laurel frowned, running her thumb over the floor. The edge of her nail caught it, and the glass shifted. It was looser than she'd thought, falling out onto Laurel's lap. Without its seal, the fine photographic paper lost its tautness, lifting in the centre so that Laurel could see beneath it. She looked closer, slid her finger under, and pulled the photograph out. It was as she'd thought. There was another photo beneath, of other children from longer ago. She checked the other side too, hurrying now as she drove out the glass and pulled the picture of Iris and Rose free. Another old photo. 2 more children. Laurel looked at the 4 of them together and gasped. The vintage of the clothing they were wearing, the suggestion of immense heat in the way they were all squinting at the camera, the particular stubborn impatience on the littlest girl's face. Laurel knew who these children were. They were the Longmires of Tambourine Mountain, Ma's brothers and sister, before they were lost in the terrible accident that saw her packed up on that ship to England, tucked beneath Katie Ellis's wing. Laurel was so distracted by her find, wondering how she could go about tracking down more information about this distant family she'd only just discovered, that she didn't notice the car on the driveway until it was almost at the fence. They'd had visitors all day, popping in to pay respects, each of them offering up yet another story about Dorothy that made her children smile, and Rose cry even harder into the large supply of tissues they'd had to buy in specially. As Laurel watched the red car approach, though, she saw this time it was the postman. She walked over to greet him. He'd heard the news, of course, and passed on his condolences. Laurel thanked him and smiled as he told her a tale of Dorothy Nicholson's surprising abilities with a hammer. "You wouldn't have credited it," he said, "a pretty lady like her nailing fence palings into place. But she knew just what to do." Laurel shook her head along with his wonder, but her thoughts were with the one-time cedar-getters of Tambourine Mountain as she took the post back with her to the swing seat. Among the mail, there was an electricity bill, a leaflet about a local council election, and another largish envelope besides. Laurel raised her eyebrows when she saw it was addressed to her. She couldn't think there were many people who knew she was at Greenacres, only Claire, who never sent a letter when a phone call would do. She turned the envelope over and saw that the sender was Martin Metcalf of 25 Camden Grove. Intrigued, Laurel tore it open, pulling out the contents. It was a booklet, the official museum guide from his grandfather James Metcalf's exhibition at the V&A 10 years before. "Thought you might like this. Regards, Marty," read the note pinned to its cover. "P.S. Come and see us next time you're in London." Laurel had a good idea she might. She liked Karen and Marty and their kids. The little boy with the Lego plane and the faraway look in his eyes. They felt like family in a strange, muddled-up way, all of them joined together by those fateful events of 1941. She flicked through the booklet, admiring once again the glorious talent of James Metcalf, the way he'd succeeded somehow in capturing more than a mere image with his camera, managing to tell an entire story out of the disparate elements of a single moment. And such important stories, too. They were a record, these photographs, of a historical experience that would be almost impossible to conceive of without them. She wondered if Jimmy had known that at the time, if, as he captured small instances of individual grief and loss on film, he'd realized the tremendous memorial he was sending forwards into the future. Laurel smiled at the photograph of Nella, and then paused when she came to a loose photo pinned at the back, a copy of the one she'd noticed in Camden Grove, the picture of Ma. Laurel detached it, holding it close and taking in each of her mother's beautiful features. She was putting it back when she noticed the final photograph in the booklet, a self-portrait of James Metcalf, taken, it said, in 1954. It gave her a strange feeling, that picture, and at first she put it down to the crucial part Jimmy had played in her mother's life, the things Ma had told her about his kindness and the way he'd made her happy when there was little other light in her life. But then, as she looked longer, Laurel became more certain that it was something else making her feel this way. Something stronger, more personal. And then, suddenly, she remembered. Laurel fell back against the seat and gazed at the sky, a smile spreading wide and disbelieving across her face. Everything was illuminated. She knew why the name Vivien had struck her so strongly when she'd heard it from Rose in the hospital. She knew how Jimmy had known to send the anonymous thank you card for Vivien to Dorothy Nicolson at Green Acres Farm. She knew why she'd been experiencing little jolts of déjà vu every time she looked at that coronation stamp. God help her. Laurel couldn't help but laugh. She even understood the riddle of the man at the stage door. The mysterious quote, so familiar, yet impossible to place. It wasn't from a play at all. That's why she'd had so much trouble. She'd been racking the wrong part of her brain. The quote was from a long-ago day, a conversation she'd completely forgotten until now. Chapter 34, Green Acres, 1953. The best thing about being 8 years old was that Laurel could finally turn proper cartwheels. She'd been doing them all summer long, and her record so far was 326 in a row, all the way from the top of the driveway to where Daddy's old tractor stood. This morning, though, she'd set herself a new challenge. She was going to see how many it took to go all the way around the house, and she was going to do it as quickly as she could. The problem was the side gate. Every time she got to it, 47, sometimes 48 cartwheels in, she marked her spot in the dust where the hens had pecked away the grass, ran to pin it open, and then hurried back to her mark. But by the time she raised her hands, preparing to turn herself over, the gate had creaked itself back shut. She thought about propping something against it, but the hens were a naughty bunch and would be just as likely to flap their way into the vegetable patch if she gave them half the chance. Still, she couldn't think that there was any other way she was going to complete her cartwheel lap. She cleared her throat like her teacher, Miss Plimpton, did whenever she had a grave announcement to make and said, "Now, listen here, you lot." Pointing her finger for good measure, "I'm going to leave this gate open, but only for a minute. If any of you has any bright ideas about sneaking out when I turn my back, especially into Daddy's garden, I'd like to remind you that Mummy's making coronation chicken this afternoon and may be looking for volunteers." Mummy wouldn't have dreamed of putting any of her girls in the pot. Hens were all guaranteed death from old age when they had the good fortune of being born onto the Nicolson farm, but Laurel saw no reason to tell them that. She fetched Daddy's work boots from beside the front door and carried them over, leaning them one by one against the open gate. Constable the cat, who'd been watching proceedings from the front doorstep, meowed now to register reservations with the plan, but Laurel pretended not to notice. Satisfied that the gate would stay put, she reiterated her warning to the hens and, with a final check of her watch, waited for the second hand to hit the 12, shouted, "Go!" and started turning cartwheels. The plan worked a treat. Round and round she went, long plaits dragging in the dust and then flicking against her back like a horse's tail. Across the hen enclosure, through the open gate, hurrah, and back to where she'd started. 89 cartwheels, 3 minutes and 4 seconds exactly. Laurel felt triumphant, right up until she noticed those naughty girls had done exactly what she'd told them not to. They were running amok now in her father's vegetable patch, pulling down the heads of corn and pecking like they didn't get a good 3 square meals a day. "Hey!" Laurel shouted. "You lot, get back in your pen!" They ignored her, and she marched over, waving her arms and stomping her feet, being met with nothing but continued disdain. Laurel didn't see the man at first, not until he said, "Hi there," and she looked up and saw him standing near where Daddy's Morris was usually parked. "Hello," she said. "You look a little cross." "I am cross. The girls have escaped, and they're eating all my daddy's corn, and I'm going to get the blame." "Goodness," he said, "that sounds serious." "It is." Her bottom lip threatened to quiver, but she didn't let it. "Well now, it's a little-known fact, but I happen to speak hen rather well. Why don't we just see what we can do to get them back?" Laurel agreed, and together they chased the hens all around the patch, the man making clucking noises, and Laurel watching over her shoulder with wonder. When every last bird was present and accounted for, safely shut behind the gate, he even helped her remove the evidence from Daddy's corn stems. "Are you here to see my parents?" said Laurel, suddenly realizing that the man might have a purpose other than to help her. "That's right," he said. "I used to know your mother, a long time ago. We were friends." He smiled, the sort of smile that made Laurel think that she liked him, and not just because of the hens. The realization made her a little shy, and she said, "You can come inside and wait if you like. I'm supposed to be tidying up." "Okay." He followed her into the house, slipping off his hat when they went through the door. He glanced around the room, noticing, Laurel was sure, the brand-new coat of paint Daddy had given the walls. "Your parents aren't home?" "Daddy's down in the field, and Mummy's gone to borrow a television set for the coronation." "Ah, of course. Well, I should be fine here if you need to get on with that tidying." Laurel nodded, but she didn't move. "I'm going to be an actress, you know." She was overcome by a sudden urge to tell the man all about herself. "Are you no?" She nodded again. "Well then, I'm going to have to look out for you. Will you play the London theatres, do you think?" "Oh, yes," said Laurel, pursing her lips in that considering way grown-ups did. "I should say that I probably will." The man had been smiling, but his face changed then, and at first Laurel thought it was something she'd said or done, but then she realized that he wasn't looking at her anymore. He was staring beyond her, at the wedding photograph of Mummy and Daddy, the one they kept on the hall table. "Do you like it?" she said. He didn't answer. He'd gone to the table and was holding the frame now, staring at it, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. "Vivien," he said softly, touching Mummy's face. Laurel frowned, wondering what he meant. "That's my Mummy," she said. "Her name's Dorothy." The man looked at Laurel, and his mouth opened as if he was going to say something, but he didn't. It closed again, and a smile came on his face. A funny smile, as if he'd just worked out the answer to a puzzle, and what he'd found made him happy and sad, all at the same time. He put his hat back on his head, and Laurel saw that he was going to leave. "Mummy won't be long," she said, confused. "She's only gone to the next village." He didn't change his mind, though, walking back to the door and stepping out into the bright sunshine beneath the wisteria arbor. He held out his hand and said to Laurel, "Well, fellow hen wrangler, it's been lovely to meet you. Enjoy the coronation, won't you?" "I will." "My name's Jimmy, by the way, and I'm going to look out for you on those London stages." "I'm Laurel," she said, shaking his hand. "And I'll see you there." He laughed. "I've little doubt of that. You strike me as just the sort who knows how to listen with her ears, her eyes, and her heart, all at once." Laurel nodded importantly. The man had started to leave when he stopped mid-pace and turned back one last time. "Before I go, Laurel, can you tell me, your mom and dad, are they happy?" Laurel wrinkled her nose, not sure what he meant. He said, "Do they make jokes together, and laugh, and dance, and play?" Laurel rolled her eyes. "Oh, yes," she said, "always." "And is your daddy kind?" She scratched her head and nodded. "And funny. He makes her laugh, and he always makes her tea. And did you know he saved her life? That's how they fell in love. Mummy dropped off the side of a big, deep cliff, and she was frightened and alone and probably in mortal danger until my daddy dived in, even though there were sharks and crocodiles and certainly pirates too, and he rescued her." "Did he?" "He did, and they ate cockles afterwards." "Well then, Laurel." "The man," Jimmy said. "I think your dad sounds like just the sort of fellow your mum deserves." And then he looked at his boots in that sad, happy way of his and waved goodbye. Laurel watched him go, but only for a little while, and then she started wondering how many cartwheels it would take to get all the way down to the stream. And by the time her mother got home, and her sisters too, the television set in a box in the boot, she'd all but forgotten the kind man who'd come that day and helped her with the hens. Thanks are due to an invaluable trio of early readers: Julia Kretschmer, Davin Patterson, and Catherine Milne. My brilliant and inexhaustible editorial team, including my publisher, Maria Raitt, Sophie Orme, Liz Cowan, and Ali Blackburn at Pan Macmillan, UK, Krista Munns and Clara Finlay at Allen & Unwin, Australia, publisher Lisa Keim, Kim Goldstein, and Isolde Sauer at Atria, US, test reader extraordinaire Lisa Patterson, and to my publisher and great friend Annette Barlow, who merrily went beyond the edge of reason with me. I'm enormously grateful to my publishers around the world for their ongoing support, and to all the talented people who help turn my stories into books and send them on their way. Thanks to every bookseller, librarian, and reader who continues to keep the faith. To Winona Byrne for the many extra things she does. To Ruth Hayden, artist and inspiration. And to my family and friends for letting me disappear inside my imaginary world and return to them later, as if nothing's happened. Special thanks, as always, must go to my agent, Selwa Anthony, my precious boys, Oliver and Louis, and most of all, for everything and more, to my husband, Davin. I consulted many sources while researching and writing Secret Keeper. Among the most useful were the BBC's online archive, World War II People's War, the Imperial War Museum, London, the British Postal Museum and Archive, Black Diamonds, The Rise and Fall of an English Dynasty by Catherine Bailey, Nella Last's War, The Second World War Diaries of Housewife, 49, edited by Richard Broad and Susie Fleming, Debs at War, 1939 to 1945, How Wartime Changed Their Lives, by Anne de Courcy, Wartime Britain, 1939 to 1945, by Juliet Gardner, The 30s, An Intimate History, by Juliet Gardner, Walking the London Blitz, by Clive Harris, Having It So Good, Britain in the 50s, by Peter Hennessy. Few Eggs and No Oranges, The Diaries of Vera Hodgson, 1940-45. How We Lived Then, A History of Everyday Life During the Second World War by Norman Longmate. Never Had It So Good, 1956-63 by Dominic Sandbrook. The Fortnight in September by R.C. Sheriff. Our Longest Days, A People's History of the Second World War by the writers of Mass Observation, edited by Sandra Coe-Wing. London at War, 1939-1945 by Philip Ziegler. Thanks also to Penny McMahon at the British Postal Museum and Archive for answering my questions on cancellation marks, the good people at Transport for London who let me glimpse what a 1940s tube station was like, John Wellham for sharing his remarkable knowledge on a variety of historical topics, Isabel Long for furnishing me with information about the fascinating world of archives and record management, Clive Harris, who continues to provide insightful answers to my every wartime query, and whose walking tour of Blitztime London first inspired the world of this story, and Herbert and Rita, from whom I caught my love of theatre.
This audio program is presented by Audible.com. Audible, audio that speaks to you wherever you are.